matter what happens to Robbie from here on out, like the evil fucking spiteful shit these bitches say just because their feelings got hurt that you're friends with somebody they don't like. Well, good. I hope the pain never goes away. With your sis, your grandma, and all that bullshit. No one gives a fuck. No one fucking cares. They're perfectly fine. You're the one stuck here. I'm the one stuck here. All of us in this chat are here, stuck here in this hellhole to deal with all the other fucking assholes in the world. Your sister don't give a fuck what was said. Only you do. That's why it was said. Bitch.
Hey, hi, howdy, hello. Hope you all are doing alright. I was paying attention to something going on that we will be covering soon. Apparently, this platform has gone to shit. And I knew YouTube was kind of bleh. But apparently it's not just over here and it's not just me. There are people all over this platform abusing it, weaponizing it, out here doxing the shit out of people. Mocking people's dead loved ones. How about we leave the deceased people the fuck alone? Can you act like an adult for a day? Or I don't know. Is that asking too much? Like, what the hell is wrong with these people? They go around this platform acting like they know shit and they get everything wrong, and then they mock your dead relatives. And you're supposed to just take it, I guess. And yeah, I get it. The deceased relative isn't gonna care because they're dead. But do you not have any tact? No dignity, no honor, no integrity? You're just gonna go around mocking people for their grief? Like, what the fuck? You know? Hey, Easy Street. I'm pretty tired myself, and I have some things that I have to handle this week that are pretty massively important. I'm getting really, really tired of paying consequences for other people's bullshit. Like 90% of my problems right now are because of the actions of another person. Hmm. I can't go there. Oh. Anyway, so Gandalf is a turd head because I made the cutest little sheep like out of felting stuff. Oh, that's amazing. I understand Easy Street. I totally do. I made a really adorable tiny little sheep out of felting wool, and somebody decided that that was his sheep and he needed to kill it. So the sheep that I spent like 4 hours making got eaten by my Yorkie. Yep, he Minecrafted my sheep. I'd be afraid if he were any bigger. Like, I swear to God. Yeah, I'm telling on you. Don't look at me like that. I am. I'm telling on you. There's nothing left of the sheep. I don't know how you're not gonna poop out wool. Like, you're gonna have furry turds for the next week. That is not really bland cotton candy, I promise. Like, and then I shish kebabbed my finger. Like, I was felting and I put the felting needle through the whole ass tip of my finger. Like, I seen the needle under my skin and it went in on one end and came out the opposite end of my finger. Like, I impaled my finger. And it bled. Oh my God. I didn't know like the tip of your finger could bleed like that. I was like, holy crap, I'm bleeding everywhere. I mean, I'm fine. But like, I was just surprised at how much you bleed from like the tip of your finger, dude. Like, the two worst places I have found that you bleed, if like even you get the smallest of nicks or whatever, is if you even nick your head, doesn't really matter where, you're gonna bleed profusely. I found that out recently. And your finger, apparently. But anyway, so there's this person or group of people I'm about to start debuting here soon. And it's a deep, deep rabbit hole. It's probably gonna take us a couple of months to get to the bottom of this new rabbit hole. Probably several months. Because this rabbit hole goes deep. And all the connections and connecting wires, little connected communities and people and what they're doing. It's going to take like a couple of months. Like, you guys are not going to believe all of it. Like, it's insane. Like, I can't believe the person isn't in jail, kind of insane. I'll give you a little tidbit, a little teaser. The person I'm talking about, in particular, the head of this little group, did somebody's taxes for them and stole $5,100 from them and kept it for months until the lady finally called the IRS herself and ended up having to call the police. Like, who does that? Because the lady used her own bank account to deposit this lady's check. And for months, the lady told her, I don't have it yet. I don't have it yet. There's a mix up. There's a mix up. Well, finally, the lady gets tired of it, wants to know what the hell's going on with her taxes. Come to find out, the person she had do them for her pocketed the money. And that's not even the worst thing this person has done. Not even almost. Matter of fact, this person made the news. She did something so shitty. Like, it's wow. But anyway, that's for later. Today we're going to cover other stuff. And yes, Easy Street, I agree. He is a little shit, but I love him. So, okay. Now I have the hiccups. Hey, Von Beardo. You may want to come and hang out tomorrow. I am going to start our deep dive into a particular person and group of people that you might find interesting. So tomorrow night we're going to start that, and I'll do maybe 1 or 2 streams a week. I'm not going to cover it every day because I don't feel like it, but I'm going to do one pretty in-depth stream about it a week, probably. I'm not going to tell you. It's a secret. What kind of hint can I give that won't give it away? This person did somebody's taxes and stole $5,100 from her and kept it for months until the lady finally called the IRS and found out the lady pocketed her money. Then she's done countless scams. Countless. Then she posted somebody's autopsy behind a paywall, and it was so egregious and so bad that it made the news how bad she was for doing it. Yeah. Probably. A lot of people know this person, I believe. Oh, she's definitely a winner. She's also ban evading. But we'll get into that tomorrow. I'm teasing you. Okay, we're gonna get into the good to see you, Von Beardo. Oh, okay. Well, It'll be late when I come on. I have to wait until after a certain time to go live because I have a life and a household to manage. Contrary to a lot of people's shit talking. Um, so it's probably gonna start being around 10:30 before I go live through the week. But here's some um scary animated stories.
Time asking the girl questions like if she knew she was dead and if she was ready to move on. The girl is reaching out for help. She because her family left. Where do I go now? I heard her little voice again. The medium spent a while reassuring her that she no longer had to worry because her family loves and forgives her, and that she is free to cross over. With the portals open, the medium asked her guardian. The room vibrated, then went completely silent. After a few minutes, I asked her what happened. It seems that to rest after feeling so much guilt with her family selling her home and moving away. This often happens. Souls can return to familiar places when they are lost. But don't worry, she is now in a place of love and warmth. After giving it some thought, I contacted my real estate attorney and decided to back out of the sale for misrepresentation of the house. It wasn't too difficult considering I work at a law office. After further investigation, we found out that the little girl was the previous homeowner's second daughter. She had passed away after making s'mores in front of the fireplace with her siblings when their parents weren't home. Her nightgown caught on fire, and when the firemen arrived, it was too late. She had asthma, and the smoke had reached her lungs. She passed away in the hospital from an asthma attack. Her siblings survived with minor injuries. I'm glad we helped the girl cross over and that the ghost wasn't a vicious one. But for now, my husband and I decided to move to an apartment again. We might buy a house, but only if we ever truly know what comes attached to a house. I was excited when I received an email from my agent about a socially distanced live action film I could audition for. Interested? Among Us. That's cool. I'm so down. I had spent the majority of the past few months playing with my friends and watching live streams. This was so within my realm. Among Us are familiar with the game Among Us. You'll be socially distanced and in full costume and mask the whole time. Requirements must be at least 5'7", athletic, energetic, brave, age 20s, small frame, improv and combat skills are requirements weren't anything out of the ordinary. Casting directors are really nitpicky these days. I signed up for code for a private game and joined at the allotted time. What a unique first round audition. I guess it was their way of making sure they were casting people who are familiar with the game. I joined and waited in the lobby for other players to join. Ugh, crewmate. When the game started, I followed my usual routine of completing tasks, watching who scanned and who was therefore safe, and staying away from anyone sus. I managed to figure out who the imposter was after walking in on them killing another player and venting. Yes. I received an email shortly after congratulating me and the time and location for my callback. At the filming site, I was greeted by the director and given a brief tour. He said that the film would require a lot of improvisation. That's not my strong suit, but he told me not to worry. He then handed me an NDA, and I skimmed through it and signed. I was escorted to a room where I was required to try on a costume. He closed the door and told me that everything would become clear once I put on my costume. I put it on. I was so ready. I was surprised to find a built-in screen and headset attached to the inside of the helmet. When you hear the alarm, please exit the room. Just like the actual game, your goal is to either figure out who the imposter is or for all crewmates to complete tasks. There is one imposter in this game. Decision to leave the game will result in immediate termination. I exited the room and walked around, amazed that I was actually in the game now. The set looks so accurate. From the corner of my eye, I saw Pink confused and circling around. She was trying to communicate with me, but the costumes were completely soundproof. Okay, definitely not the imposter. I turned the corner to fix wiring and complete nearby tasks. When I left weapons, I saw Pink on the ground, covered in blood. It looked like she was shot. I didn't hear any screams or the sound of a gunshot. What the fuck? I ran away, but then remembered that I had to report the body. Suddenly, I could hear the other players. Guys, what the hell is going on? Pink is dead. Well, yeah, that's the point of the game. No, I mean dead, as in blood and a gunshot wound. You have 30 seconds left to discuss. What? I'm so confused. My screen says that Pink, White, and Cyan are already dead. Same. Guys, this audition seems sketchy. And I could have sworn I saw Yellow following me. What? I didn't even see you. I was in medbay, scanning. Damn it! I only had a few tasks complete. I needed to hurry up. Wow, already? Who and where? Blue is dead. I found her in electric. What the fuck? She's actually dead with multiple stab wounds. Oh god. So,
Good night. Love you, Easy. Take it easy. Keep us posted on your move. I'm happy for you, man.
it is really happening. Wait. Blue said that Yellow was sus. It's probably Yellow. Let's vote her out. No, I was in security. I swear, it's not me. And you didn't see anything on camera? That's sus. What the fuck? I'm not lying. If anything, check Orange. She's been really quiet. I don't even want to be here. This is not what I signed up for. I'm taking this damn costume off and leaving. Fuck! The rule was not to leave the game! Oh no, we're down to 5 now. I still say Yellow is sus. I mean, Blue said so and now she's dead. Guys, please, no. I don't want to die. We need to act fast. Please. No, there's no way we can complete the tasks in time. I say we stick together if Yellow isn't the imposter. No more voting after this. I ran as fast as I could to find the others. When I reached the outside of security, I saw Purple on the floor with Black and Lime standing next to her. Who was it? Honestly, I don't know. Lime and I ran there one after the other, and Purple was already on the ground with a broken helmet. Are there really only 3 of us left? Oh man, we're gonna die. We need to stick together. Fuck! I can't see. Oh gosh, I saw something when I was going to fix lighting. Who was in there with me? I think I saw Lime getting ready to kill me, so I ran to the buzzer. I don't know, it's so dark. I'm scared. I'm just trying to stick with you. I swear, it's not me. I could have sworn I saw you getting too close. I don't know if the lighting is screwing up my vision, but I think I saw green. I ran to fix the lighting, and as soon as I got there, I saw someone waiting in the darkness. I immediately booked it and ran as quickly as I could towards the others. I looked back for a moment and saw someone with long tentacles. I felt one touch my back and ran faster. I reached the cafeteria and was shocked to see Lime and Black already there. I looked behind me again and saw it. Green immediately grabbed Lime with its tentacles and inserted one into her chest. At the same time, Black and I put our hands on the button. The imposter wasn't any of us. Where the fuck did Green come from?
Good job. You two are free to go now. You both are the winners. Your payments have been sent via Bitcoin.
I found it ironic that out of all the days of the year, my heart decided to reach its weakest point right before.
Like, I've played Among Us a couple of times, and I had thought about doing some gaming streams, honestly, because I love playing games. But I had thought about maybe live streaming some tabletop games because those are so, like, rarely done. Because pretty well everybody can play, you know, video games. But to play a tabletop game, it actually takes strategy and skill, time. Um, and I thought about doing that because I play with a couple of people. We play Magic and we play 40K Warhammer. And some of those games can get pretty intense. That might be a thing we do in the future. But I'm pretty good at Among Us. Like it, I mean, some people have a good poker face, don't get me wrong, but if you played it enough times, you get pretty good at sussing out who's doing it. And then it becomes like kind of boring after a little bit because you've done figured the game out. But it is pretty fun if you don't play it all the time. Be right back.
Before Valentine's Day, I spent most of my life suffering from cardiomyopathy, which is a disease that leads to heart failure because a muscle becomes so weak to the point where it can no longer.
Hey, Harry. We're just doing a paranormal stream tonight. No drama, no Karens, not really. Like, I may play a Karen video or two, but like, we're just doing paranormal stuff tonight. Kind of taking a break. Tomorrow night is going to be a different story. We're going to start our deep dive down a deep rabbit hole. Because I have found a very deep rabbit hole. Somebody who loves me very much sent it over to me and said, hey, you might want to take a look at this. So I did. And they were right. It's insane.
Pump blood to the rest of the body. I was just laying in bed one night when I suddenly had heart palpitations and had to be rushed to the emergency room. It didn't help that my boyfriend of 5 years and I broke up just a month before, which possibly contributed to added stress. I was immediately put on a wait list for a heart transplant because of the urgency of my deteriorating health. Apparently, I was lucky because I was matched rather quickly. The hospital was able to recover a heart from a deceased donor who was from the area. A Valentine's Day spent having open heart surgery and being single. Yep, Cupid certainly avoided me that year. My heart was as broken as could be. I laid on the hospital bed awaiting surgery. My surgeon went through all the logistics, and I made the decision to not know who my donor was. Maybe in the future, but I wanted everything to remain confidential. It was morbid to think about how a dead stranger's heart would be put into my chest. After about 6 hours, I woke up in the ICU. The transplant was a success. I spent the next few months recovering. I felt like a brand new person. Aside from the occasional soreness and lethargy, everything was perfect. Life went back to normal. I resumed working at the office, and everyone was excited to see me again. One day, I was in the break room making myself a cup of coffee, and suddenly, warning, this is going to sound cringy, but my life changed. The most attractive human being I'd ever laid eyes on entered the room. I was speechless. The attraction was instant. It felt like a movie. I've never been the type to be into soulmates, but when we locked eyes, my heart immediately fluttered. It scared me for a moment, and I had to grab my chest because I thought the palpitations came back. He asked me if everything was okay and looked concerned. Yeah, sorry. This is like my third cup of coffee this morning. I should probably lay off the caffeine. We chuckled and joked around for a bit. We introduced ourselves. His name was Jake. I had never connected with someone so fast, but we ended up making plans to get lunch. He had just joined the company.
Was it Jake from State Farm? Not wearing any pants. I imagine it would be rather crazy to get somebody's heart, you know. I feel very blessed that I haven't had any kind of issues that required like a transplant. I'm very thankful for that, but my heart goes out to people that do have to go through that because I imagine it can be traumatic and weird to feel like you've got somebody else's organ inside of you. And I guess knowing the person or knowing the donor who had to pass away to give you that organ would have been awkward. I'm gonna get a Q-tip. Speaking of medical stuff, I've got to get tubes put in my left ear. I've been avoiding it for over a year and a half now. When I was little, I had to have tubes put in my ear, but over the last year and a half, it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. Like I get fluid buildup on my ear and it's been hurting me. Something awful. And it wouldn't be so bad if I could get to it, but it's in my inner ear and it's causing ear infections and some pretty intense headaches. Like I can't deal with it anymore. Sorry, it hurts. Like, it don't just mildly hurt either. I mean, it. So I think I'm gonna break down. Like, I'm getting to where I can't hear very well out of that ear. And all the fluid buildup and all that in there. And like, I'm basically keeping an ear infection.
Company and wanted to make at least one new friend. Well, long story short, we hit it off and started dating. And yeah, everything was perfect. I hadn't told him about my heart transplant though. I guess it was because at some point he would see my incision, and the thought of that made me feel really insecure. But the time came after months of being together, and I warned him beforehand. He assured me that it was not a big deal, and that it wouldn't make me any less attractive. It's a part of you, and I'll accept every inch of you, flaws and all. After that night, I opened up to Jake about my heart complications. I told him that I was thinking about writing a letter to my donor's family to thank them. He was very supportive of my decision and encouraged me to call the hospital. I managed to find their contact information because they told the hospital that they wanted to get in touch with me. Jake would leave me alone in the evenings while I gathered my thoughts and jotted them down on paper. I was planning on mailing it over the weekend.
I do. I have insurance. I just have to schedule it or find somebody who can do it. That's really the only thing, is finding somebody to do it that I trust, that I don't think's gonna fuck my ear up.
That night, I got in bed as usual, kissed Jake goodnight, and fell asleep. I don't recall everything that happened that night, but it was terrifying. When I was younger, I would experience sleep paralysis on occasion, and also have nights where I would sleepwalk, but never one after the other. But apparently, some nights I would talk in my sleep and would scare Jake because he would think I was awake, but I was really unconscious. He thought it was cute though, because I'd usually talk about how much I adored him. At this point, I don't know if I need more medical attention or to be exercised. But that night was the first and only night I ever experienced multiple forms of parasomnia. It was a sequence of one terrifying event after the other. First, I woke up from night terrors. My heart was racing and I was crying. When I turned around to face Jake, there was a woman I had never seen before in between us. I was forgotten. I won't be forgotten anymore. I started screaming and crying in my sleep, and Jake woke me up. He hugged me tight, and I fell asleep again. And then she visited again. It's mine. He's mine. I started asking who she was, but she wouldn't answer my questions. I'll show you. She touched my chest, and immediately my heart started palpitating. Jake started shaking me in my sleep, and I heard his voice telling me to wake up. I took one final glance at the woman. I recognized that look. She was heartbroken. When I opened my eyes, I was in front of a gravestone. Jake stood in front of me, shaking and terrified. What? Why are we here? You were sleepwalking. I decided not to wake you up and follow you. I looked at the gravestone. It was not a name I was familiar with. But then I remembered the last name. Let's get out of here. On the way back to his place, Jake was really quiet. I kept asking what happened and who Catherine was, but he wouldn't answer. Did I just screw up this relationship? I couldn't help but cry. As soon as we entered the house, he told me to sit down. So, you don't know who Catherine is? No. I'm so sorry. I don't know how I ended up there. And you don't remember anything you said to me? No. Can you please tell me what's wrong? Can I see the letter you wrote? I handed it to him. Jake looked like he was going to faint. Wow. He sat down and told me everything. That Catherine was his ex, who was really controlling and easily jealous. After the breakup, she stalked him to the point where he had to get a restraining order. Apparently, before I woke up in the cemetery, I said, "Jake, I'll always be with you." He had no idea she had passed away. We were both speechless for a while. So, where does that leave us? Are you going to break up with me? What? That's absurd. I love you for you. Let's get some rest. I'll admit that it's freaky having his ex-stalker's heart inside of me. I do question if our relationship is genuine at times. I've heard that cellular memory is a thing, but my feelings for Jake are real. I just know it. And I know he feels the same way. Can you blame me?
That's crazy. Hell no, man. Like, what are the odds that she goes to get a heart transplant and just so happens to run into the heart donor's ex-boyfriend? Like, I'm calling sus on this story. I'm sorry, but the odds of that actually happening are so slim that, like, I don't know if I believe that one. It's a good story if you keep it on a fictional level and you don't sell it as a real life story. It's a good fiction, but do I believe it actually happened? No, because the odds are just too fucking insane. Like, I'm at the very least very sus. So on that particular story, I'm gonna call cap. Yeah.
I'm only listening to my heart. I decided to study abroad during my sophomore year of college. I was so ecstatic when I found out I could spend a semester in South Korea. As a Korean American, it was the perfect way for me to connect with my roots. But nothing could have prepared me for what would follow. I wasn't fluent in the language, but thankfully could get by. I faced a lot of culture shock when I was there, and for the majority of my visit, hardly made any acquaintances. I definitely felt like an outsider most of the time, and the only topics I could really talk about with people my age were K-drama, K-pop, and food. It was Valentine's Day, and I thought I would have had a boyfriend by now. But nope. I was as single as ever and spent it studying in the library. Not that there was anything wrong with that. The library was my safe place, and who knows, maybe someone special would be right behind a bookshelf. I've always been a bookworm, and I also thought this would be the perfect time to catch up on my romance novels. I was also relieved to see that I wasn't the only one spending their Valentine's Day at the school library. I was almost finished with my book when I looked up. I turned off my music. I was all alone. How sad. Where did everybody go? Of course this would happen to me. This was the worst Valentine's Day ever. No one to give chocolates to, which meant I had no one for White Day next month. The day where guys shower their girlfriends with affection in response to being gifted on Valentine's Day. If only life were like one of the books I was reading. But then, suddenly, I heard a voice. Okay, I wasn't all alone, but I started to feel anxious. So I packed up my stuff and headed out. It was really eerie. I had to distract myself. So I thought about all the snacks I'd pick up at 7-Eleven on my way back home. I just wanted to be back in bed, binge watching shows. But then, I saw her. She looked so creepy. At first, I thought her back was facing towards me, but then realized that her long black hair covered her face, and she was wearing a white hanbok. I approached her with caution. Why did she look like that? Maybe she was lost. I didn't want to be quick to judge. Are you okay? When she heard my voice, she immediately disappeared. Maybe she was a figment of my imagination. I hadn't been sleeping well after all, and hadn't eaten all day. I needed to get out of there. When I exited my school, I was shocked to see that the streets were empty. No students, no pedestrians, not even a single vehicle. Maybe I didn't get the memo and wasn't invited to an event. I started to feel sorry for myself again. I looked down and miraculously saw someone's shadow on the ground. I looked up, but no one was there. I looked down in shame. The shadow was still there. I looked up again, and the woman from earlier was in front of me. She wasn't there just a second ago. She was walking. No, wait. Floating so slowly. I was right behind her, but she didn't notice me. I debated whether I should run, cross the street, or act nonchalant and walk past her. I knew I should avoid her as much as possible. I had no idea who she was or what her intentions were. I didn't feel safe. But then she stopped moving and slowly turned around. I froze in horror as I caught sight of her face. Underneath her hair, she was pale, with dark circles and blood dripping down from the side of her mouth. She moved closer to me, staring right into my eyes. I couldn't move a muscle. She looked like a corpse. I didn't want to admit to myself that she wasn't alive. She said something that I couldn't quite understand. I didn't know how to respond to that. I think she was asking for directions, so I pointed straight ahead. She turned back around. Slowly, she hovered away. Thank goodness. I had to get out of there. I decided to skip 7-Eleven and run straight home. There still wasn't a single living person in sight. It was
Okay. This lady deserves to get eaten because you never, ditch the snacks. Okay, ma'am? You always go for the snacks. What is wrong with you? Just leaving your snacks high and dry like that. Like, that's a cardinal sin. Okay? Next time, doesn't matter how scary the ghost is, get the snacks. Thank you.
anyone's worst nightmare. Perhaps I fell asleep in the library and was now dreaming. But then, I heard the woman scream from afar. In a few seconds, she was right in front of me again, and I saw her moving towards me at an impossible speed. She grabbed my arm. Everything felt hazy after that.
See? See? You should have had the snacks. This is what happens when you neglect your snacks. Just saying.
Maybe I had fainted. When I opened my eyes again, I was in my room, on my bed. Apparently, I was discovered by 2 of my classmates in front of my building. They carried me back to my room. I had to tell them everything. It came to my knowledge that she was part of an old Korean legend. She is what they call a virgin ghost, or Jeonyo Kishin. They explained that decades ago, she was a young woman who went to the same school as us. She was engaged to the love of her life after meeting him in class. She unfortunately died nights before her wedding, a virgin, and that bitterness and shame of not marrying has caused her soul to wander around in anger. She wasn't able to fulfill what society told her was her life's purpose, to serve her husband and bear children. Her hair was down because only married women were allowed to have their hair up. This angered me. Over the years, there had been numerous sightings, and she would always ask the same question. To lighten the mood, one of my classmates jokingly chuckled. "It's a good thing you're not single." Flustered, I asked why. He said that there were incidents of the ghost hurting women or men who were in happy relationships, sometimes slashing their faces or pushing them to ongoing traffic. If she came across a newlywed couple, well, that would be really unfortunate for them, because she would curse their relationship. Apparently, the only way to get rid of her is to have a shaman perform an exorcism, or a ritual called a soul wedding, where a virgin ghost marries a bachelor ghost. For a moment, I laughed about it. What are the odds that me being single prevented me from getting hurt or cursed? I can't decide on whether or not it's better to find a boyfriend or remain single. So much for finding my oppa. The farm life has never really been for me. It's too quiet, smells like crap most of the time, and there's always something that needs to be fixed or cleaned. Following graduation, I wanted to move to a city and start my career, but life had other plans for me when the family farm was struggling. Well, following a traumatizing event which resulted in my dad's injury, I decided to stay for a while to help him recover from multiple losses. I came back in September. In other words, hurricane season here in Florida. I was a bit moody since, once again, I had
Florida. Haha, Harry. This is where you are, Harry. It's in Florida. Ooh. Ooh. So you have ghosts and Karens. What are the odds that you could get a ghost Karen? Imagine that. Getting haunted by a Karen. You know, in life, if they never shut up, they're sure as hell not going to shut up as a ghost.
to put my dreams on hold, but I held my tongue. This was only temporary. One night, I woke up to the sounds of the cows and chickens causing a ruckus. We had prepared the animals for the storm by securing their shelter and taking all necessary precautions, so they were probably fine. The next morning, I woke up to the sun shining on my face. The calm after the storm. I headed outside and started my first set of morning chores, feeding the animals and cleaning up their mess. I was feeding the chickens when I realized some of them weren't inside their coop. It was odd. Maybe my dad brought some of them into the house last night. I checked on the pigs and sheep next, and saw that some of them were missing as well. I went to my dad, who was busy fixing up the barn due to the damage from the storm. When he came down his ladder, he noticed blood and the remains of cattle on the ground.
What in tarnation?
We ran around the farm, looking for the missing animals. I spotted a chicken hiding. I picked it up. Poor fella was trembling. How'd you get over here? I was walking back to the chicken coops when it started clucking nonstop. What's wrong? I looked ahead and noticed something.
Did she just say she farted a chicken? Right. Did she just say she farted a chicken? That had to be painful.
Peeking out of our pond. I screamed and scared the chicken, which immediately jumped out of my arms. Suddenly, an alligator stepped out of the water. I noticed that it was injured. Its ribs were sticking out, and it looked like it had one hell of a night. It quickly.
She screamed and screwed the chicken? Lady, I don't know what kind of story you're telling here. Because I heard first you farted the chicken, then you screwed it. Like, the hell? What kind of story is this? Ma'am, that's illegal. First off, I think. If it's not, it should be. Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. Right? What the hell?
Quickly moved towards the chicken that was running in circles and ate it in one bite. I ran back towards the barn and tried to find my dad. Pa, there's an injured alligator in the pond, and it's been eating the chickens.
An alligator, you say? No problem, hun. We used to eat those pests back in the bayou.
He went near the
That's not an alligator, ma'am. And if you grew up in Florida, I'm revoking your Florida license. Because that's not an alligator, man. I don't know what the hell it is, but I can tell you what it isn't. And that's an alligator. Like I don't know what it is, but I know it's not an alligator. You need glasses.
pond and saw the alligator feasting on another one of our animals.
Oh, think you're Mr. Tough Guy. Wait till I batter you up in some Cajun spices. See if you like being eaten.
He jumped in his tractor with his shooting gun and drove closer to it.
But not today, Satan. Into the deep fry.
Is shooting pew pew as opposed to one that doesn't. Like, I don't feel like that description was necessary. Like, what else are you gonna do with a pew pew? Like, poke somebody with it? I mean, the pew pew implies you're gonna be doing the pew pew with it. What else are you gonna do with a pew pew?
Fry you go. You mess with the wrong Papa Bear.
He looked over at me and yelled for me to call the nuisance alligator hotline so that they could come and get rid of the damn thing.
Ask for Hank, best damn trapper in town, and the bastard owes me one.
He managed to grab the alligator with his tractor. It was the biggest creature I had ever seen, being over 10 feet long. When he tried to pull the thing up, the tractor broke.
Oh, dagnabbit, this wasn't cheap, you know.
That's when I ran inside the house to call the hotline, telling them to hurry up. Worried for my dad's life, I ran back outside. The tractor was broken, completely smashed. My dad was still inside, but no sight of the alligator. I looked around. The alligator went into the barn. I ran to my dad. His eyes were closed. I managed to pull him out. Dad.
Goodness gracious. Man, I thought I was a goner. Never seen anything like that.
He was badly injured. Eventually, I lifted him up, and we went back inside the house. Meanwhile,
What do you mean he was badly injured? The front end loader on the tractor broke. The alligator did not crawl inside the cab of the tractor. I'm calling cap on this one because at 1 minute she said the tractor was broken. Then she got up in the cab of the tractor and her dad's eyes were closed and she dragged him out. Wouldn't she have noticed he was injured when she got in there? Like, this story is full of crap.
in the background, we heard the screams and cries of our animals.
No, not my babies.
The trappers arrived a few minutes later, and we pointed them towards the direction of the creature. The team ran into the barn, armed and carrying gear. These guys are licensed alligator trappers who then sell the beasts to farms where they are killed for their meat and hide. They know their shit. Is everything okay? Fuck it, chomped down on one of our guys. I called for backup. It's injured right now. I got it real good. What the heck is that thing?
Well, damn, I'll be. Sure enough got the Hulk over here.
I'm out of here. Right then and there, a helicopter came flying out of nowhere and landed in the farm. One after the other. I looked over, and the creature went back inside the barn. One of the guys approached my dad and me and explained who they were.
SCP Foundation? Nope, never heard of it. What are you, a secret government agency or something? I don't trust y'all. I reckon that over yonder's your failed experiment.
They told us not to worry, that they'll have everything under control. Said something about the creature being a number 682 or something.
Okay, I'm calling cap. The Secret Service did not come to your house about an animal control incident. They aren't here flying in on choppers because of a rogue alligator that wasn't even that big. It was only 10 foot long, and a 10-foot long alligator is not big enough to break the front end loader. Let alone is the Secret Service gonna come in there and tell you that the creature in your barn is an experiment and let you live. That's what they're not gonna do. Cap, capital cap.
Thing like that, and that it was really dangerous. I told them that the creature went inside the barn. A team of personnel stormed inside with some kind of transport container filled with acid. What left me speechless was hearing a conversation between the team and the creature.
Why did you escape? You've disrupted and killed so many innocent lives. You have no business being here. Not going to talk. Okay, I hope you enjoy containment. What was that? Speak up.
They were too alive. They did not deserve to roam free.
Well, neither do you.
Thank
Okay, I'm definitely calling Cap now because the half Skeletor, half alligator is talking now. Cap, triple Cap. I have this story I want to tell you guys since we're telling stories. This one time, like on the farm, I was out in the middle of the field. It was a cloudy day, and I was walking through the field, and la 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 la, walkie 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 walkie, and then like I hear singing voices, and I'm like, nope, I'm not going to listen to the singing voices. So I kept walking, 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 and then I went like, well, maybe there's something cool in the woods where the singing is coming from. So I went walkie, 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 walkie to the woods, and I came across the most craziest thing I ever did see. It was a cult of llamas holding hands and singing around a fire, and they were dancing and singing around the fire, and they turned to me and looked and said, oh no, you have discovered me. And then they said, now we have to sing you the song of our people. And they sang, we represent the Lollipop Guild, Lollipop Guild. We welcome you to Llama Land. And then they made me join their cult. And the name of the cult is the Drama Llamas. And I'm not supposed to talk about it because it's an extra secret squirrel secret service. And if I talk about it, the helicopters will come land in the farm and make crazy faces and take me away. Now, that story that I just pulled out of my ass was more believable than the story we just watched. Just to clarify, I've never ran across a cult of llamas. That was the point. Um, but yeah, my story was more believable than this one.
goodness. After a lot of blood, explosives, and shots fired, they managed to injure and contain the creature. I come from the province of Capiz and was a child when this bizarre event happened. It was something that has left me scarred for life. Kuya Pablo was my cousin and best friend. We were as close as brother and sister. We also lived very close to each other. I liked my Tita Maria as well. She was gentle and kind and practically the kind of mom any child could ask for. She was also very close with my mom. I always enjoyed going to their house. They were always so welcoming and treated me like a daughter. However, they were having financial problems ever since Tito Carlos stopped working as a farmhand and had gone back to finish his training to become a police officer. And Tita Maria, unfortunately, wasn't earning much in their little business. So she sought my mom's advice, and after careful consideration, she decided to work as an OFW. She applied at a job placement agency and got a job as a caregiver for an old man and his wife in a foreign country. One night, we were all having dinner. Are you sure about this? You know, being a caregiver isn't all that it's cut out to be. I'm sure I can handle all that. I did take care of Lola in the hospital, and I'm pretty sure I did a good job. You're not scared at all by those stories about employers mistreating their employees? At the time, there were many stories about overseas workers being mistreated or abused by their employers. The majority of them were stories from female workers who claimed to have been raped, abused, or tortured. But Tita Maria assured everyone that she was going to be all right. She then asked us to look over Tito Carlos and Pablo for her, to which we happily obliged. The day came for Tita Maria's flight. She kissed all of us on the cheek before waving goodbye and boarding. Pablo was really sad when his mom went away, but I did my best to keep him company and distract him. Once a week, we would talk to Tita Maria on the phone. It was our only means of communicating with her. She would often tell us about her employers and how they simply adored her. She talked about her daily routine of waking up, preparing breakfast, and gently helping the old man sit up and give him his medicine. It's like taking care of Pablo. That gave us all relief. At least she was being treated well. She would also tell us about the strange habits and practices of her employers, like how they refused to eat fish on Fridays, and they insisted on food that wasn't seasoned with salt or garlic. And sometimes they let me eat the same meal as them, like raw liver. Raw liver? They said it's an old family delicacy. It was strange at first, but eventually I got used to it. That's strange. But she assured us that she was perfectly fine. Sometimes I felt like I didn't give her enough credit when it came to adjusting. We changed the subject and talked about how Tito Carlos had just graduated and was applying at the Roxas City Police. It seemed to motivate Tita Maria to work even harder. She would always end the call saying she looks forward to going home and seeing her family. Then one day, while I was with Pablo, I learned that Tita Maria's employer had passed away and that she herself had gotten sick. She didn't want to stay abroad, so she had somehow managed to persuade the Philippine embassy to send her back home. We drove to the airport to meet her when she arrived. I was stunned to see that she was quite thin. Her clothes hung off her shoulders, and her cheeks looked hollow and sunken in. I wondered if her employers were really treating her well. We immediately took her back home and spent the next few days nursing her back to health. We weren't so sure what her illness was, but in a matter of days, she miraculously got better. Save for her appetite, she didn't like eating any of her usual favorites like sinigang or escabeche. Oddly enough, the only thing she seemed to still enjoy was dinuguan. One day, Tita Maria told us that she wanted to cook a special dinner as a thank you for nursing her back to health. On that night, we sat around the table to a delicious meal of adobo, rice, and grilled pork. Tito Carlos started to take in the meal while Tita Maria stayed inside the kitchen, her back facing us. Maria, this is so good. Did you learn this while abroad? Yes. I took a spoonful of adobo. It was really, really delicious. Tita, why aren't you eating? She didn't reply. I then noticed how she calmly started cooking again. There was an odd air of uneasiness in the room, like something was missing. Maria, where is Pablo? He was right. I hadn't seen Pablo all day. Where was he? Yes, Tita, where is Pablo? Is he at a friend's house? No, he's here. Oh, he's upstairs. I'll go get him. No need. He's already here. I didn't see him at all. Then I saw Tita Maria slowly turn around. Her eyes looked bloodshot. Her skin had turned somewhat pale. She walked over to the refrigerator and
Oh God, they're eating him, aren't they? One in the chat if you think that um they're eating Pablo. Yes, I think they're eating Pablo. One in the chat.
slowly opened it. What she said next is something I can never forget. Carlos, our son, is here, she said as she opened the refrigerator door. We all looked, and to our horror, We saw the severed head of Pablo staring back at us. Doesn't he taste perfect? We stared at the meat on our plates and we realized what we had just eaten. Horrified, I began to cough up and spat what I had just eaten. While Tito Carlos got up and, in a fit of disbelief, he began to confront Tita Maria. I heard a loud growl coming from Tita Maria. I looked up and saw that her eyes had gone white. Her mouth had widened into a wide grin that stretched from ear to ear, and her teeth had grown sharp. She crouched on top of the kitchen counter and snarled, then quickly shifted her gaze to me with her sharp teeth exposed. Before we could say anything, Tita Maria lunged forward, but Tito Carlos stopped her from attacking me. Instead, she struck Carlos across his chest with her long, sharp claws. She then turned her attention to me and was about to attack when my mom grabbed her from behind and wrestled her down to the ground. Tito Carlos grabbed a kitchen knife and slashed Maria across her face. Tita Maria leaped out of the window and into the night. Tito Carlos slumped to the ground and began to weep in agony as he heard neighbors entering the house. When they looked inside the refrigerator and saw blood all over him and the floor, they quickly assumed that Tito Carlos had gone mad and murdered his entire family. I quickly rushed to his defense and told them that it was Maria and that she had somehow become a terrifying creature. The men began to go on a massive hunt for Maria, with Carlos leading the search, while the women boarded up the doors and kept their children close in hopes that they would keep them safe from the monstrous Maria. The following
I told you, Harry. I told you they were eating him. Hey, Classic. It's good to see you. We're doing a strictly paranormal stream. Just to let you know, that's why there's not a lot of people. Usually, when I do paranormal streams, like most people only care about the Karens or the drama shit. So that's the to answer your question, Harry. And that's fine. Like, I get it. Not everybody is into the paranormal stuff. Happy Revenge of the Sith. We're watching Scary Stories. Oh wow, that's awesome. I'm sitting here crocheting another cap. You know what's funny, Classic, is they claim I can't crochet, yet I sent you and several others hand crocheted items. And I'm currently making another cap right now.
days were met with neighbors gossiping about what could have caused Maria's monstrous side. The most outlandish and somewhat believable rumor was that Maria must have been transformed by a blood-sucking monster disguised as her employer, which would explain why she was fed raw liver. In time, her story had spread across the province, and she was given a new nickname, Maria Labo, the slashing woman who prowls the night looking for humans to eat, with her horrifying slash face and insatiable appetite. For all of my life, my mother would warn me about men. I grew up without a father, so I didn't understand male behavior very well. All I knew was that most of them, like my own dad, were wretched
I do. Right, Harry? I do know how. Why?
dogs, as my mother used to say. Apparently, he went missing after a night out with his friends. Rumors say that he left us, and others say he was murdered. My mother refused to talk about him, or any man for that matter. Sometimes I think that she was the cause of his disappearance. As for me, I didn't rebuke boys. None showed interest in me, and I didn't find any interesting enough. I almost dismissed the idea of marriage altogether. That's when I met Roberto. It was as if he had fallen from heaven. This man was not only good looking, but also had a pleasant way with everyone, especially with me. He'd serenade me with romantic verses of dedication. During the town's festivities, he'd take me out to dance, despite the words of envious women who said that I wasn't good enough for him. There came a point where even I believed it, thinking that at any moment he would reject me for someone else, despite the oaths he swore to me. Te quiero no solo por como eres, sino por como soy. Yo cuando estoy contigo. With these words, he would promise eternal love to me, and in less than a few months, the marriage proposal came, then holy matrimony. Oh, our first few months together as husband and wife were pure bliss. And soon, we were blessed to have a child on the way. My mom was very happy for me, but she would always tell me to be cautious since our relationship moved rather quickly. I always dismissed her though, calling her paranoid and telling her that she should learn to give love a chance. But I still took her advice. Roberto's popularity grew as he started a logging business and had to travel all over Venezuela. We did really well financially, but at the cost of him having to go out of town frequently. But he would try to reassure me that everything would be okay and that he'd return to me as soon as he could. No importa que nos separe la distancia, siempre habla un mismo cielo que nos una. During this time, I found myself going crazy, and the insecurities I had felt for most of my life would creep in. It didn't help that my mom was being overprotective, telling me that it was suspicious that he hardly checked in on me while he was away. Which, yes, was absolutely true. My mind would automatically assume the worst too. But I try to stay positive for the sake of our child growing inside of me. However, one evening, while Roberto was somewhere in the rainforest closing a deal, I received an anonymous call from a woman telling me to be careful because my husband was unfaithful. Of course, I tried to contact him, but there was never any phone service from where he was. I didn't even know where he actually was. So I waited for him to come home, preparing a long list of complaints and rehearsing the confrontation over and over again in my head. It was a constant roller coaster ride, because as soon as he returned to me, everything would be perfect once again. And he would shower me with gifts like my favorite chocolates from the finest cacao beans from the Chihuahua village. He'd also give me his undivided attention, and I'd quickly forgive him. But one night, he stayed out too late when he was supposedly out with his friends for a celebration. I was in my third trimester.
Hmm. You don't test a pregnant woman, and you don't stay out all night and neglect a woman in her third trimester. You're playing with death. Like he is asking to be walked upside the head with a frying pan or a cutting board or something running around on her. Like she's done been thinking about all the ways she's gonna yell at him when he gets home. She's already got it planned.
Of my pregnancy, so I didn't want to be out late, since I also couldn't drink. I waited for him. It was 2 a.m. I had enough. I left the house and headed for the bar he claimed to be at. And of course, he wasn't there. They said he left 2 hours ago with a beautiful woman, not knowing that he was a married man because he was all over her. I was furious and left the bar defeated and in tears. My mother was right. I needed to breathe. I decided to stay out for a while and get some fresh air while contemplating what to do next. Well, I knew what I had to do next. Go back to my mother with my tail in between my legs. I walked around for a bit. Roberto. What the heck was he doing out here? I ran towards the sound into a wooded area. He was drunk with a pretty woman kissing her all over. Eres chica más linda del mundo. At that moment, the only thing I could think about was strangling him with my bare hands.
We're going to take a vote in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that he is in the water with a siren, aka mermaid, that's fixing to drown his ass. A 2 in the chat if you think it's just a regular woman and they just happen to be in the water.
While they were embracing, the woman looked right at me with the most terrifying gaze. Slowly, her face changed into that of a skeletal figure. She whispered something into his ear. Tramposo. She opened her mouth and bit his ear, then his neck. He started screaming in pain, and she immediately started drowning him in the river. I was shocked, but also kind of relieved. Gracias, I whispered. I looked at her and the bloody water one last time and fled to my mother's house. I was shivering when she opened the door and asked what happened. I told her everything. She was quiet for a while, then hugged me tight. We sat down. She told me that the woman I saw who killed my husband was La Sayona, a vengeful ghost from Venezuela. It is said that she found out her husband was having an affair with her own mother. She murdered her husband for his infidelity, and then her own mother. She hunts for men who are cheaters, first seducing them as a beautiful woman, and then showing her true grotesque form while devouring and mangling them. Then my mother revealed a secret, that my father was also murdered by La Sayona for his infidelity. Well, I didn't know what to say. I guess the women in my family should just stay away from men. Let me tell you about the one time I used Tinder. I know that some of you might use it, hoping to find a potential lover that isn't a creep. Well, that was my intent. But one
No, nobody goes on Tinder and expects anything less than a creep, ma'am. Oh my God, really, Gandalf? He is laid on his back with his paws like spread eagle. Like he is like king of the castle over there. Yeah. You were so cute. Are you comfortable? Are you comfy? Yeah. Are you the king of the castle? Yeah. Bloop. Get your little tongue poking out. Yeah. I'm gonna boop it. Oh, that's cool. I'm happy for you, Classic. Tinder, not even for paranormal reasons, but Tinder is not a good place to meet people in general. Like, you get a bunch of psychos on that platform. I don't do online dating. I don't really do dating anyway. I don't have time. And it's not for lack of people trying, but like, I've had a couple of people ask me 100 times to go out to dinner with them, and I'm like, I can't. I don't have time. And what time I do have that I'm not working already belongs to 2 other people. I don't want to, Harry. Honestly, I don't want to. Not until my boys are grown and in adulthood and settled. Then I'll worry about finding someone. Until my kids are grown, it wouldn't do any good for me to meet anyone because I would absolutely never have them around my kids. And I'm not saying that to be cruel or harsh or whatever, but I've never had random ass people around my kids. Let me clarify. I have never done that. The other one consistently, which is why I don't do it. I don't care. That's just it, Harry. I don't care. I don't need a partner to complete me. I'm actually just happier on my own, just spending time with my littles. Because, to be honest with you, if I'm not working working or playing a tabletop game, I'm with them. And I am completely fine with that. And if I did meet somebody, it sure as hell wouldn't be a man. And I'm not trying to be harsh or cruel or, any of that. I just don't care about it anymore. And I haven't cared about it in a long time. I am one of those people where I am happier alone. Just me and them. And that is it. Plus, if you bring random people around your kids, like you can't keep up with your baby daddies kind of situation, a certain somebody that's lurking now. That likes to run her mouth about me. Yeah, I need to narrow it down some more. If you can't keep up with your baby daddies, you're bringing entirely too many men around your kids, ma'am. And especially if you have little girls, you shouldn't be doing that. Because the statistics for ABUSE on a single mother who brings random ass people around their kids is astronomically high. You're putting your kids at risk. Don't do that. I have never felt comfortable with someone who isn't their parent being around my kids. And I don't even feel comfortable with that other person being around them anymore. And that's all I can legally say about that. And that's for good reason. But yeah, I don't see me meeting anybody. One, because I'm not open to it. Two, because I don't care about it. Three, because I don't trust anybody. And I don't think I ever will after this. After everything I've gone through this last year, I will never trust anybody ever again. Especially with them. So, like I said, if I do meet anybody, it will be after they get grown and are settled. And that's just the way it is.
Time. Well, let me just tell you about it. While I was scrolling through my Facebook, I came across a Tinder ad. And the next thing I knew, I was downloading the app. I uploaded some photos, wrote a kick ass bio, and boom, before I knew it, I got a match. We started talking, and soon I matched with several other guys. I was feeling pretty good about myself. The guy was pretty cute. We started talking until almost 3 in the morning about food and our childhood pets, and decided to meet the next day at a cafe famous for their buttermilk pancakes. He had wavy hair and hazel eyes, with a killer smile and a great personality from what I gathered. I headed out the next morning, really excited. I arrived a bit early and waited at a table. I checked out his photos again and reread our messages to pass the time. Brenda! He arrived and was right behind me. I had butterflies in my stomach. I turned around and a stubby guy with yellow teeth and disheveled hair hugged me from behind. Brenda, you're even more beautiful in person. I was flabbergasted. He didn't look anything like his photos. I told him that this was all a big misunderstanding, got up and ran home. I immediately deleted the app. Later that day, when I was getting ready for bed, he texted me.
And that, folks, is why I don't use Tinder. He did talk about a catfish. That didn't look anything like what was portrayed. Jesus, like, ew. I wouldn't. Nope.
Immediately blocked him. While I was getting in bed, I heard the front door close. I stayed silent for a moment. After not hearing anything, I grabbed a pair of scissors and went downstairs. I turned on the lights. No one was there. After investigating and not finding anything, I decided to go to bed. When I entered my room, I saw something that scared the shit out of me. A stuffed animal was on my bed. Someone was just in my house. I called 911. They searched the house but couldn't find anyone. They assured me that I was safe. After they left, I double-checked the locks and the windows and went to bed. I was going to throw away the stuffed animal, but then discovered a tiny note attached to it. We belong together. Brenda, I see you. There was a tiny camera and microphone inside the animal's eye. I grabbed the scissors and started stabbing it. I got in bed and gathered more weapons. I couldn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., the sound of glass breaking startled me. I already had my baseball bat next to my bed, so I grabbed it and went downstairs. To my surprise, Ken.
That would be a very fucking bad idea in my house. that guy would have gotten hurt real bad if he had pulled that shit at my house. He would have had an entire army of pandas descend upon him like the fury of 1,000 hells. Plus, he couldn't reach my windows, for starters. And there's really only one panda you would have to worry about, like, actually doing anything. Because the other two pandas would be safely in a room. Calling for help. I would be descending on him with my lucky softball bat. And all people would hear is ting, 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 and ow, 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 and shrieks of please stop and ow. And they would never do it again. Right, Harry?
Was in my kitchen cooking. He turned around and smiled.
I'm making pancakes since you didn't touch your food this morning.
Why are you here? Get out! He chuckled and resumed cooking. I approached him with my baseball bat and was ready to swing. As soon as I got close, he turned around and ducked before I could hit him.
Calm down. Let me finish cooking.
I started screaming, and before I knew it, he tied me up. This man was insane. He finished the pancakes and started force-feeding me.
Say ah.
All of a sudden, the front door flew open. The policemen from earlier. They were patrolling the neighborhood and heard my screams. Before they took Ken away, he turned around.
I'll come home soon.
Fortunately, I haven't seen him again, but I know that he'll return. So please, be careful when meeting people on the internet.
Yeah, because some of them are crazy ass bitches who will stalk you for 4 years. Right, Harry? You gotta be careful about these bitches on the internet. You'll fucking cuss one out and they'll be freaking obsessed with you and stalk you for 4 years and harass you and dox you and act like a crazy bitch. Like the way she acts. It is disturbing. Hey, Rob Zombie. You'd think we were ex-lovers or something. She's crazy. But yeah, that would happen all of one time in my freaking house. And he would need emergency services. Because, like, I don't fucking play. If you wake me up, God rest your soul. 'Cause especially if you fuck with my food. Right, Harry? People be crazy out here nowadays. I'm telling you what, man.
What girl doesn't look forward to her wedding day? The ivory ballroom gown, being the center of attention, the whole shebang.
I can tell you what girl doesn't look forward to her wedding day. This one right here. I'm never getting married. Like, never. Never gonna happen. I have no interest in the gown or the cake or the bullshit or having to put up with someone for the rest of my life. No, thank you. I'll stay single, thanks.
To be honest, I wasn't that into it and opted for a non traditional wedding with a gray dress. Anyway, who here has a crazy wedding story? Perhaps a drunk maid of honor giving an embarrassing toast?
If you weren't into it, ma'am, nice rack, by the way, even for a cartoon. If you weren't that into it, so much to the point that you picked a gray dress to symbolize how not into it you are, you probably should not have gotten married. Hell no.
Or a hungover husband who partied too much the night before? Well, this is my bizarre story. I was feeling really anxious on my wedding day. There were too many people around, breathing down my neck and trying to get everything picture perfect. Meanwhile, I was on the verge of throwing up. Halfway through getting my hair done, my mom shooed away the stylist. Lily, that was so nice of you to do. I'm so proud of you, dear. What? Tim! It's so nice of you to invite Tim to the wedding. I know things didn't end well for you two, but forgive and forget, right? Tim? As in my psychotic ex? What was this woman yapping about? I hated that asshole. He was so abusive that he had to be arrested. But my parents seemed to be infatuated by his charms. What the heck are you talking about? Is he here? He was never invited. Dear, I just saw him outside checking out the venue. He looked quite dashing in his suit and tie, I must say. She probably had one too many cocktails. There is no way on earth that jerk is crashing my wedding.
I keep hearing I hear something. I heard it last night about this same time, and I've heard it again. What the fuck that is? It's weird. Hold on. I'm gonna get up and see if it's coming from outside. It's so fucking weird. I need to do some more research on fucking Wendigos. So I'm hearing some bizarre noises. I'm being dead ass serious, Harry. It sounds like somebody calling out. Like, hello, hello. I don't know if they're saying hello. I can't make it out. I can hear it, but I can't make out what they're saying. Can y'all hear that? Hold on. I gotta get up again. It's getting louder. I don't fucking know, man. It could be. What do bobcats sound like? I know we have a bobcat. Can that sound like somebody hollering? Hold on, I'm gonna look that up to see what they sound like. It could be that. I know we have that, and I'm gonna look up the sound of a moose. Bobcat scream.
Top 3 creepiest animal sounds. Number 3, the barn owl. While hunting, the barn owl is as quiet as a ninja, but not when they start screeching and terrifying all small mammals. Number 2, the red fox. For the most part, red foxes are majestic and highly personable animals, but not when they're angry.
That's what it sounds like. That sound.
Number 1, the lynx cat. Sounding more like a witch casting spells at night, lynx cats are known to produce chilling screams that would downright scare anyone.
It's actually more like that. Are lynx found in Maine? That's exactly what that sounds like. That sounds like a lynx. I'm gonna Google it. Yes. Maine is currently the only state in the Northeast with breeding population of lynx. That makes sense now. And I do have a forest. Wow, okay. Thank God that makes sense. Well, we figured out what it is. I kept hearing it though. And I was like, what the fuck is that noise? And I've heard it the past couple of nights, and it's just recently warmed up. And I saw the video of the lynx, and I've seen a couple of them back there. I just didn't know what the fuck it was. Well, at least now we know it's not a Wendigo. Because those things, when they holler, it sounds like a human. And I could not figure out what the hell that noise was. It was creeping me the fuck out. Because I thought maybe a Wendigo was not back, in the backyard. Fuck. But no, it sounds like a lynx. Those things aren't small, dude. At all. Those things are pretty freaking big. No, I don't want a jackalope. I'm gonna look up how to summon a gnome. Actually, I think I'll do that now. There's some creepy how to summon things. I don't think I've played it. Yet. The dog is going to town over here on a treat. Chupacabra. Hey, Harry. This is creepy as hell, by the way.
They're said to be fairy tales, tiny harmless things with red hats and gentle smiles. But that's not quite right. The real ones are older, wilder. And if you summon one, you'll find out they've never forgotten how humans once hunted them. But if you still wish to call one forth, step 1. You'll need a broken garden ornament, a chunk of raw earth, and a tooth. Doesn't have to be yours, but it must be fresh. Go to the oldest patch of soil you can find. Step 2. Bury the items together in a shallow hole and whisper the phrase, "Come forth from root and stone, from earth's bone, not carved nor grown." Then wait. If it worked, the ground will shift just slightly. You may hear scratching beneath the soil. Don't move. Don't speak. Gnomes are drawn to silence. And if one emerges, it will look wrong, not cute, not kind. If it sees you, it will offer a deal. Something small, something useful. But be careful. Gnomes always take more than they give, and their gifts have roots that spread deep, deeper than you realize. Some say if you take their offer, you'll start finding dirt in your bed, under your nails, even in your mouth. And every time you look away, something in your garden has moved. And if you hear tiny footsteps in your walls, it's already too late. How to summon a gnome.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing again. And I'm going to look up. I don't know if you guys have heard this. It's called the Man in the Fields game. I want to go through some ritual games with you guys that you shouldn't play. Like for educational purposes. And it's interesting because some of these rituals are old as fuck. They're interesting.
This ritual has been passed down throughout the centuries. It originates from the British Isles during the Middle Ages, where it was viewed as devil worship by Puritans and a way to protect your home by those who knew that what was really standing in their fields was not the devil. If completed successfully, the ritual will ensure you 1 year of safety, physical, fiscal, and or mental, depending on your events that occur during it. You will need
I'm just going to go ahead and stop him right here. Don't do this, in case it wasn't already clear. This is actually a very old ritual. It's not a game. They need to quit calling these games because they're dangerous. They are playing with very old, dark magic. They're playing with the ancient ones, the forgotten ones. It's not a good idea. It's also not a good idea to play around with things you don't understand. Unless you have a background in mythology, myths, legends, and folklore, and are well versed in all of them, basically, and have thoroughly researched the specific ritual you intend to perform and all of the gods involved in that ritual and all of the entities involved in that ritual. Please tell me y'all heard that. Crows don't normally go off like that at night, do they? Classic. 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 Is it normal for crows to start screaming outside your window at night? I just had some crows go flying by my window going, ah, 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 ah. What the hell? And I keep hearing this hollering noise. Something's going on out there. Yeah. I'm also right next to a forest. Literally, my backyard is a forest. A massive forest. Shut up, Harry. First, I hear the screaming. Next, I hear the fucking crows going ape shit. I don't know how y'all didn't hear that. That was loud as fuck.
House in the countryside, preferably with a field of crops out back. Technically, all that's required is a large backyard. The larger, the better. But success has only come from houses in the countryside. A candle. Attempting to use a flashlight, cell phone, or any other electronic source of light will be unsuccessful, causing the light source to flicker and die after only a few seconds. This is why either a candle, an oil lamp, or any sort of non-electric illumination is required. A crucifix. I'll explain that later. A watch or clock to carry around with you. Again, cell phones will not work during this ritual. To begin the ritual, make sure it is late enough for no one around to be outside, and make sure that the sun has set. The being the ritual is based around will not appear if anyone other than the summoner is around to detect its presence. The earliest successful summon was at 9 o'clock. Go out into your yard and whisper 7 times, but who will scare the crows away? While facing the house. On the 7th whisper, you should hear from behind you, "That's not your biggest problem." Walk back to the house without looking back. As soon as you reach the house, get inside and close the door. Now, the ritual begins. Everything in your house that can open has. Take your crucifix into a room with only one door, close the door, and leave it there. That will be your safe room in case the ritual goes wrong. Make sure all the doors, cupboards, cabinets, and whatever else that can open is closed. If he gets into your safe room, you're doomed. Your goal is to close everything that is open before your watch reaches midnight. This sounds easy in description, but think about it. Every bag, every door, every window, every container in your house has just opened. The challenge isn't closing them all. It's remembering them all. As you make your way through your darkened house, you'll notice that out of the corner of your eye, you'll be able to see a man dressed in simple farmer's clothes. His skin is ash gray. Don't look at him. And whatever you do, don't look directly into his eyes. Don't be afraid of him. This is not the man in the fields. He's merely a herald, a referee of sorts, to make sure that your clothes.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I like Bo-Katan. We actually watched quite a bit of Star Wars over the last couple of days. We rewatched The Mandalorian, and I got them both their own bath booms that have Star Wars themes. And it comes with like a trinket in the middle, or like a charm or a ring or a necklace or something inside the bath boom. Basically, it comes with a toy. The Star Wars themed toy or piece of jewelry mostly. We rewatched The Mandalorian. Bad Batch, and Boba Fett. Target has them on sale. Do you know in Target where they have all the makeup and stuff in bath booms? They're individually sold. They're not in like packs. You have to buy them individually because they're massive bath booms. They're the size of a softball. They're huge. And they've got the Grogu ones. And they smell really good. It's like a cucumber melon kind of scent. I don't think so, Harry. Target makes a lot of money I hadn't heard about that one. But I do like Bad Batch. And I love Boba Fett and Mandalorian, but Bo-Katan is my favorite character. Like, everybody loves the Mandalorian, but Bo-Katan she was a blacksmith, and she was a badass. Like, you wouldn't have wanted to combat her. Like, she was like 10 times more badass than Boba Fett. I've got to get a snack. What is it, Gandalf? You want your Nemachopis? What's the matter? What's the matter? Come here. What is it? Didn't them crows scare you? Huh? Why you look scared? Come here. Mama protect you. Those crows scared him. Like, they were loud. He was like, fuck that. You okay? They can't get you. You're inside. They can't get you, baby. I whoop their ass. Yes, I would. I'm not going to let them get you. No, I'm not. You're safe. Yeah, them crows, them mean old crows won't get you. No. Them hawks won't get you neither, because I'll beat them. I would. You're your baby. Yes, you are. Well, you're a good boy. I think the crows just startled him. Because they come flying really, really close to the window, and it startled him. He didn't know what the hell. Yeah, he's doing good. He's got to go back Thursday. Yeah, you want back scratches? Yeah. Good. Yeah, scratch him back and make him feel better. Yeah. Oh, God, that feels good. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, back rubs. Oh, no. Yeah. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. You're a good boy. Yeah, he's not warm anymore. Like, he ran a little hot for a couple of days, and it kind of worried me a little bit, but he's doing better. Them vaccines always make him feel like crap, but he's got to have them. He's got to have his distemper boosters. He's got to have his rabies. He's got to have his parvo, there's like a butt ton of vaccines they give him. But like, I know it makes him feel bad for a couple of days, but it prevents something that would make him feel so much worse or take him out. Because they're like, if I didn't have him on the distemper and the parvo and the wormer and all that, like, he could have got distemper or parvo or whatever. That's why it's important you vaccinate your dog. Like, you don't play with your animals' lives like that. It always aggravated the living shit out of me when people would get an animal and not vaccinate them. They also have a vaccine for the kennel cough. extremely important shit. Like, do not get an animal if you cannot take care of them. Ain't that right, Gandalf? Yeah, it's right. You think so? Yeah. I'm not getting an ice cream. You want yogurt? You want a yogurt bite? Want some yogurt? I'll be right back.
Closing every container.
Wash my hands.
He'll follow you, but he will not get in your way. Make sure not to look out into your backyard. If you do, you will notice that there's a scarecrow that wasn't there before. Its head is a crow's skull, and its limbs are impossibly long versions of a human being's arms and legs. While the skin on them is pale, they're not skeletal. The only thing that's missing is a head. If you fail the ritual and do not reach your safe room in time, he'll take yours. The reason I was telling you not to look at the backyard is that when you notice the scarecrow, he will notice you. He'll then begin to get off of his post. This is the man in the fields. If you don't look at the backyard, don't see the post and the scarecrow, you'll have until midnight to complete the ritual. If you are 100% sure that everything in your house that can be opened has closed, make your way to bed and go to sleep. For exactly 1 year, you'll have complete and total safety in everything you do, depending on when you started the ritual. If you started at 3 hours from midnight, you'll only be completely physically safe. A lot of people have used this to elongate their lives past where they would normally end. People like cancer patients, the elderly. If you started 2 hours from midnight, you will not only be physically safe, but financially safe for a year. You could quit your job and still never have a need for money. Either you win the lottery, people just feel compelled to give you things for free. However, you'll need to set up a plan for the end of the year, as your safety will wear off, and you will lose all the money that you've won. Make sure to either set up a business or make some smart investments. If you start the ritual 1 hour from midnight, and somehow manage to finish it, which is highly unlikely, you'll be completely and totally safe for 1 year. None of your actions will have any negative consequences. I tell you not to do anything immoral, but if you're going through your entire house in 1 hour and somehow manage to close all the boxes, doors, windows, cupboards, bags, cabinets, and drawers, then you can do whatever you want. If you did look out at the backyard, if you saw the man in the fields, you'll not get any of this. Not even if you finish the ritual. The man in the fields will get down off of his scarecrow post. He'll look at you. He'll begin sprinting. You have a minute at most to get to your safe room. Run inside, lock it tight, double check to see if everything is closed inside. If you don't want him getting in, you have to endure him scratching and clawing at the door, shrieking threats and promises of mercy if you open it. Whatever he says, do not open the door. There's no circumstance in which you should leave your safe room to confront the man in the fields. So good luck. And stay safe. Hey there, kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for watching tonight's video or for listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. And as everybody who supports me over at Patreon, that's patreon.com/Mr. Creepypasta, I cannot thank you guys enough, and it sincerely helps me stay alive. So thank you guys so much for being supporters. That goes for everybody who is down in the description, as well as Acid System, Ball Arms the Rat, Lake Rattler, Brandon Mendoza, Rena Crow, Brimstone Pandemonium,
What the fuck? What are you doing? You little booger. What are you doing? What's the matter with you? Excellent. What's the matter? You don't want your yogurt, Peaches? Huh? What's the matter? Okay. Those crows really bothered him. Huh.
I didn't believe in ghosts. I had heard the stories, of course. Small town legends about
strangers. From screaming at the top of their lungs to pointing their fingers aggressively, these Karens know just how to make an entrance. So the next time you encounter a Karen in public, think twice before you startle her. She might just have something up her sleeve.
On a sunny September day in 2023, Florida's finest were summoned to deal with a pair of wannabe thieves causing a ruckus at a local store.
God damn it, Harry. Florida again. Yep. Florida. Again, Harry, you care to explain? I thought we had this conversation. Harry.
Dynamic duo tried to make a run for it, but let's just say their escape plan didn't quite pan out as expected. Let's just see what happened when they caught up with the sticky-fingered Karen.
What are you doing? What's going on? 10-12 with some female. Scared of what? What's your name? What's your name?
I don't have a name.
You don't have a name. What's going on? Hey, excuse me. Stand by.
Don't touch me.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Did you see somebody? Why are you hiding?
Because you guys were running after me.
We were running after you.
Yeah, because you guys told me to stop, and then you guys were running after me. Where's your boyfriend, buddy? I don't have a boyfriend. I don't know. I just know that you guys are
1601
following me.
PGA. This female, possibly 10-12 with your boyfriend who was the signal dirty.
I'm gonna go that way. I
Suspect.
don't have a boyfriend.
All right, so who are you in the mall?
I'm not telling you anything.
You're not telling us. She's saying she's not telling us what's going on.
Where's he at? We're gonna put the dog in the ground and bite him. So where's he at?
You're not putting it. Well, you can.
You
put
can't
the,
tell us what to do.
Okay, I'm not telling you what to do or not, but.
Hey, what are these called?
All right, I'll call Mike, get the dog over here.
All right.
She's not cooperating.
Get with Shane and ask. Don't get with Shane and ask him. Just verify that she was with him.
You got his number? Hey, ma'am, excuse me. You're detained. Put on the ground. Put on the ground. Get to the ground. Get to the ground.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm going to tase you. Put your hands behind your back.
Put your hands.
Put your hands behind your back.
Get tased. Put your hands behind your back. You're gonna get
Put your
tased.
hands
Put your hands
behind your back. Put your hands behind your back now. Put your hands behind your back now. Put your hands behind your back now.
I heard that electricity conducting through her fat rolls.
Oh! I'm literally on my hands.
You told us no.
Of course I'm gonna tell you no.
How about I can't?
I can't.
Well, that.
And I won't.
10-4. Taser deployed. Female detained.
No. No. No.
Now you're going to jail for resisting.
I don't have an ID.
What's your name?
I'm not telling you.
Okay.
Stay there. Stay there if you don't want to fence. Ow.
Let me put in the car. Hey, he's right here, yo. He's right here. Mel is right here. I got visual. He's going that way. He's going that way. He's going that way. Come here. Hey, Mel is in the parking lot, looking like he's about to flee northbound. We need somebody. He got black Mel, Miami Heat shirt, blue jeans. He's running on foot, going eastbound. How you going northbound? Hey, jumping now. I'm going to tase you. I'm going to tase you. Take him. Get down. Put your hands behind your back now. She got my hands on your handcuff. Handcuff.
Hey, I got handcuffs right here.
Where?
Get him. I got handcuffs. Get his hand on the back. Give me the other hand. Hey, let him know we got one detained.
We got him in custody.
Yeah, I told you to stop, right, buddy?
Yeah.
Nothing on you, bud? Told you to stop.
Not really big.
That's a good effort. Good chase.
Are those it right there? All for that.
No weapons. Oh, come on, I think turf.
Well, we got resistance charges too.
Yeah, we got fire rescue coming for you.
Don't say things like that. Come on, it's a girl. Well, that girl broke the law. That girl shoplifted. That girl resisted arrest. So that girl can go to jail. Like, she doesn't get a pass just because she's a girl.
All right. They're gonna check you out, fire rescue, just make sure you're okay.
Pull this up.
I mentioned the violator or what?
I'm so sorry.
Mental
Fire rescue, make sure your vitals are okay.
I gotta do something.
Shit's off, right? It's okay.
No.
Your wife okay?
Yeah.
I had got left. I'm scared.
Come here, man. I'm gonna sit you up, okay? I'm gonna sit you up.
I'm
Roll this
scared.
way.
Hey, you know how you avoid all these problems? Don't do it. I should listen to her. That's my fault. She told me not to. She told me not to. She told me not to. She told me not to.
All right. You feel all right?
She all right?
Are you all right?
If she's all right, I'm good.
Yeah, she's all right.
I'm fine. Oh, man.
All right.
That taser felt good. Well,
Hey.
I've been out here, bro. I've been out here.
Let me see your eyes. Let me see your eyes.
Good job. I'm sober.
Are you 100% sober?
Swear to God, on my daughter.
All right. Just want to make sure.
Is she all right?
She's good.
I heard her ass screaming. Oh, my
Nah, I'm
God.
trying to take it
I
up.
love that woman.
This one?
Yeah. That-
It's off. I know
Hey,
it's
with
off.
him, I don't like his history.
Who, me?
Him.
I'm about to say, give me a chance.
No, not you, him.
I just lost a key to her heart. I just lost it.
It might be. It may fell down here when I took off the.
It's gone, bro.
Nah, it'll be on here.
It's gone, bro. Can I make sure I got it?
Yeah, he runs a 4.240, bro. 100%.
I'm a state champion.
We'll make sure.
I'm a state champion, 2014. Powerlifting, 132.
That's a long time ago. So you're slow.
How old is he?
Huh?
How old is he?
Don't worry about that.
30.
I'm 22.
I'm more fast,
leave him in the
bro.
race. I'll leave him.
He'll get you.
What's up, race?
Hey, is this the was stolen?
Yes, sir, it was.
They ain't got a confession.
Hey, man, this is what it is, bro. She all right? She ain't no problem. She ain't nothing at all.
Hey, you get
She
someone
was
on video with
resisting.
that at?
She resist me. She had to feel that round
I hope
too.
she resisted you. You talking about?
No.
She did.
Huh?
She did.
I hope she did.
Well, she felt the wrath.
Hold them well.
Huh? Two. She's going too. She's going too for resisting.
Let's eat the whole heart. It's fucked up. My fault, bro. It's gone, bro. What's that? Eat her heart gone. Your heart's gone? Eat her heart gone.
The key to her heart's gone? So he had this just chain, and when the chain was broken, he may have had a little emblem on there that.
What's her name,
on his
dude?
chest.
What's your girlfriend name? But what?
There's a key on the ground.
Do we need this for evidence?
No. It's not.
I mean, I want to leave it there, but just hold it. Yeah.
Key ain't going to that chance. Key to her heart, bro.
Her key to her car?
What's your question?
Heart.
All right,
Give me her name.
What was your question?
I don't know her last name.
Yeah. I taste it. I taste it.
I don't know her last name at all.
What crime do you want to go over?
Resisting me. Resisting me. You still don't even know her name.
It's foreign.
How do you say it? I told her to stop.
Yes, sir.
And she's probably a accessory.
Accessory to what?
Did she help you commit that crime?
No, she did. She had nothing about it. She's innocent.
No, she's not innocent. She's going for resisting me. She's not.
44 before you hit him.
I'm not gonna ask him anything about the crime yet.
Hey, yo, we're gonna read this to you, all right? Based on everything going on right now, okay?
What's up? She got a rehab too.
I'm reading this to you.
She's got a rehab.
Brother, can you listen real quick?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to remain silent and answer any question.
You get hired. You in the postcard.
I have to read it to you.
Okay, bro.
Any statement you make must be free and voluntarily given. You have the right to the presence and representation of a lawyer of your choice
I'm
or make
innocent.
any statement during questioning. You cannot afford a lawyer entitled to the presence and representation of a court-appointed lawyer before making any statement during any question. If any time during the interview you wish to answer any questions, you are privileged to remain silent. I make no threats or promises.
I love
to
her,
make a
that's it.
statement. This must be on free will. Any statement can and will be used against your court.
I love her. That's it.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lost the key to her heart, though. You're in trouble now.
Hey, man, I get it back. It's real. I get it back. I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up. I made up. I get it back. I fucked up. She told me
Where you from? Are you even from Miami?
I'm from Texas.
Oh, okay.
We've been here for 2 years.
What part of Texas?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Hey, do you have a bag? Start getting a bag with all this dude's stuff in here.
Cars.
I fucked up. I fucked up.
Did you leave your car somewhere?
I had to run and get this guy.
Where's that?
In the parking lot. You take me to my car?
Huh? Give him a ride over there? Hey, he's going to be taken by Rescue Hospital, right? So they can clear him here.
No, it's clear here. He just got tased.
What's the car number?
17493. You want my keys? Thank you.
But what I'm saying is if he wants to ride with the rig, that'll work. He can ride with me. That'll work.
What is he looking for? Like, they got the guy apprehended. What is he still looking for? Like, in the bushes. Right? What's in the bushes?
You got it? She's going though.
You see CP back there, bro? You see CP over there?
After something happens in the back of the rig. There they are anyway. Let them go. Okay, you ride with them. Shake them down good.
To where?
To the hospital. And then
With him?
Yeah.
All right. She needs to get checked out too. Oh, I got her property.
You tase her too? Who tased her?
I tased her and him.
Wait, who you tased?
Him.
Oh,
I tased him too.
Well, I hit him with the first one. He
Hey,
stumbled,
miss.
got up and started running again. So we shot the second one at the same time and then dropped.
But her, I dropped on her because she wouldn't put her hands on her back, and we still don't know her name. We're gonna have to identify her. Can you get? You got your pad?
I tried. He doesn't know her last name.
He does. He just know how to spell it.
She's adopted, so she don't know her actual birthday. I don't know her birthday like that.
Hey, you're lucky I didn't tase you in the face though, bro. Because it missed you. One of them, the pros.
Right there.
There it is.
I respect you though, bro. Real talk. Real. You hurt my girl?
You're a real man.
You hurt my girl?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You hurt my girl?
Did I hurt her?
Yeah.
Nah, but I ain't.
Respect.
Get checked out though, bro.
Respect.
Get checked out. Don't worry about me.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just here for you. I think you got somebody else coming for your girl. For sure. Yeah. So where'd you get hit at? The back? Yes, sir. All right. Anything hurting you right now? My heart. My heart.
Come on, man. It's the pants.
See, remember me, he wasn't that fast. The only reason I didn't get the jump on him is because they didn't have the process.
Yes, sir.
You a little quick. He outran the other.
Hey, on a 40 dash, I dutched
You a little quick. You ain't fast.
I dutched
You're quick. You ain't fast.
This guy's sitting here talking shit to that cop. He said, I'm straight. I dust you. Yeah, he's sitting here cutting up with a cop. I mean, they joking back and forth and it's just, he knows he's going to jail. Like, all he cares about is if his girl's okay. That right there is a gentleman. Like, I don't care how you cut it. That young man right there is only concerned about his girl. Like, is she okay? Is she set? Is she all right? That's an outstanding young man right there. I know he's sitting there for shoplifting. I get it. And I don't condone shoplifting. But I do commend him for not being a douche and just not giving a shit about his girl, At least he cares,
Fast. Be quick. Hey, I got 100 pounds over you, man. I'm 260 pounds. And you let me catch up.
The dynamic duo found themselves in a tight hug with the long arm of the law, who then smacked him with accusations of being rebellious, otherwise known as resisting arrest, and of course, being sticky-fingered, leading the theft charges. Wasn't that electrifying?
Step away. Step away.
No, I've been through this before. You're not doing this again.
No.
On the 4th day of February in the year 2023, the police were summoned to deal with a feisty Karen causing chaos at the Red Roof Inn. This unruly lady was digging her heels in and refusing to vacate her room, despite being firmly informed by the manager that
No, you don't say. A Karen being feisty? No, never. Because Karens are just gentle as little lambs. This girl looked like a Karen too. She's got that whole Karen face, Karen body build. She is all Karen all the time. You can tell.
her stay could not be prolonged. Here's how the situation played out.
Yeah, I've been coming in and out, like just multiple times, and like in a
period, and she's like yelling at everyone in her paths, and it's just like you can't have that.
In and out of the office, or
In and out of her room. She'll come to the office. She'll go out for to walk with her dog. She'll come out periodically. Like
You guys already told her she had to leave?
Yeah.
So you guys have told her she had to leave?
Yeah. Several
All right.
You're supposed to leave at 11, right?
Yeah.
Does she owe you any money, or do you owe her, or nothing? All right, so she's paid up till...
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she make any threats to you or anyone else?
No.
Okay.
Mommy, please!
Alright, so what's the deal?
The deal is you guys are supposed to help me find a place because I put out applications to find a place to live and to have my dog and find a job. But there's nothing. I'm drug tested because I'm diabetic. I'm trying to get my CDL. I've asked for no smoking around me. There's a lot of drugs going on. I've asked for another week because I have stuff in storage and I'm moving stuff here and back and forth. My kids have learning disabilities. I have them on certain days of the week. So I ask them not to go in my room. When they do, they search my bills.
Okay, but you can't stay here. They have told you.
I've asked them for another week.
And they told you no.
Okay, because they're going in and stealing. So, when
That's
you came here yesterday, I told you that I needed help finding a place that I can have my dog.
Ma'am, that is not the police.
No, that is the point.
No, it's not. It's
yes,
not the
it's the county. It's the county.
But we're not the county.
You're part of Lucas County. I lived in Lucas County.
But we are not.
Okay, but you guys have to help because nobody else is helping. I go to Wood County. They tell me that they can't help me because I don't have my kids full time. I go to Fulton County. They tell me they can't help me because I don't have my kids all the time. I go to Bowling Green. They tell me they can't help me because I don't have my taxes. Okay, so who's wrong?
That has nothing to do with
yes, it does. You guys aren't doing your job. They're not doing their job. You guys are not helping me find a place to live. You guys need to help me find a place to live. And I told you that yesterday.
What places have you put applications in to work?
I went there myself.
Well, Karen, I'm going to stop you right there. It is not the police's job to find you, a grown-ass woman, a place to live. I sure as fuck didn't have any help finding a place to live. And I've got kids. I ain't had a goddamn bit of help. Not one motherfucking little shred of fucking help. From the fucking state, from the fucking agencies, nada. The cops do not owe you a room and board. You made the decision to move there. You made the decision to be there. You made the choices you made. You figure it out. And also, it might help if the second that they arrive there, you're not screaming at them, calling them incompetent. Maybe if you lower your tone and speak to them like human beings instead of insubordinates. Like, if you're yelling at them like that, I would hate to see how you regard your kids. Like, you're taking all your shit out on the cops. Right? And she's so entitled as to think that the police's job is to get her a place to live. No. There are agencies that will help you if you qualify. Depending on her state, I know in Maine, there's a housing crisis in Maine. It is damn near impossible to find a place here. Like, you almost need an act of God to find a place here. That's within reason. What I'm paying every month is not within reason. I am paying out the ass for my place. Exactly, Harry. You know the list here in this state? 2 to 3 years. That's how long the waiting list is here. 2 to 3 fucking years for housing assistance. And that's if you're disabled. That's if you're disabled. If you're not disabled or handicapped and are capable of working, good luck. May the odds ever be in your favor, because you're going to have to work 3 fucking jobs just to pay rent. I don't know who the fuck she thinks she is. Exactly, yeah. But it's not the cop's responsibility to bail her adult ass out of choices she made. And I'm sick and tired of Karens like this demanding shit people wait years for.
And ask them because
Where?
Cherry Street. I've asked them before. Is it
Oh, what's that, Karen? This man's asking you where you applied, and you can't tell him one singular place. You are lying because you're stuttering and stammering, and you can't pull anything out of your ass. Exactly. Well, oh, Karen, this guy's asking you where you applied for housing at, and you can't answer him, not one place. I'm starting to think you didn't fucking apply at all. That you sat around on your tubby ass expecting everyone else but you to fix your problems. Just like every other fucking Karen out there. You expect your problems to just be solved and put in your lap, tied neatly with a bow, and God help them if the bow is not tied correctly. Because then you're going to berate them. How dare them not just drop the solution in your lap and do everything for you, because God forbid them expect you to do anything for yourself. Fuck's sake, man.
the one just on Cherry Street, right across? I put in well, I went there, I gave them my ID, and I gave them all my information, and I told them I have a pit bull. And I asked them if they take pit bulls. They said no. And I told them that he is an emotional support animal. They told me no, but there's pit bulls all over the property. I was given a list from Lucas County on where to go to put in applications for apartments. So I'm staying here because I'm trying to get an apartment. I know you guys are listening. You guys think it's funny. I'm diabetic. I have insulin and needles in there. I do not want them in my room. I have my guinea pigs, My dog, I do not want them in my room because they're going through my bills. They're getting my name, my first name, my last name, where I used to live. Where I used to live is getting trashed. So, again, you guys need help find me a place to live. Because I was wrongfully on Channel 11 News. I was not supposed to be. When I was missing, I was in the hospital. So, that's Channel 11 News' fault, the police's fault. I was not supposed to be. So, again, you guys need to help me find a place to live where it's safe for my kids and where I can have my pets. And where there's no drugs.
Would you like your food cooked, prepared for you, and brought to you on a silver platter too? Ma'am, you're sitting there making a list of demands. They don't owe you a fucking thing. Not one singular thing do they owe you that you just listed off. First of all, if you cannot take care of yourself and you can't even provide housing for yourself, you do not need the dog, nor do you need the gerbils, or whatever the fuck, the rodents. Like, you don't need pets if you can't find your own house, because you're clearly incompetent and incapable of taking care of yourself. Because you're sitting here making a list of demands, expecting the cops to solve your problem that you caused because you were causing problems at the hotel that was housing you, which probably would have continued to house you had you not been walking around screaming at people. So no, ma'am, your situation is completely your fault had you not been walking around disrupting everyone else's life, screaming at everybody, causing a scene constantly. You'd still have a place to stay. But no, you had to act like a fucking entitled twat waffle. So no. Figure it the fuck out yourself.
Drugs. Because if I have side effects on my medication, I do not want cigarette smoke around me.
Okay, ma'am, I have a question for you. If you knew there were the drugs and the cigarettes and everything, why didn't you move to like another hotel?
I didn't know until I was here. I'm here for 3 weeks. Okay. I cannot be around drugs. I'm here because I'm putting stuff in storage.
Okay, but there's 15
I have to go down,
I'm
but
just
they keep on
asking.
knocking me out.
Okay, I'm not.
No, I'm not playing this game.
Just her dog.
My dog and my kids are in. Buster. He's a pit bull German Shepherd Rottweiler mix. He's a really good dog. He had a rough start, and he bit my ex-boyfriend because he grabbed my keys on my hand, my car keys. So my dog bit him. So yes, he's bit one person, but only one person, and it was a little scratch. My dog got bit by whoever owns that gray van down there. That was the pit bull. Just recently here.
Yeah.
Okay, but my dog just got bit a little while ago before at 10:30. No, you guys need to help find me a place to live.
That's not the
Okay, well, the counties.
Step away. Step away.
No, I've been through this before. You're not doing this again.
No.
No, you guys have done this before. No. No, you're not doing this again. This is wrong. No, I've already been through this. You guys have done this to me before. Yeah, you guys, get off me. No. Get off me. Damn it. No. You guys are not doing this to me again. No. You're not doing this to me again. I'm not losing everything again. Oh, you guys already did this to me before. And then I got in the car accident, and then I heard everything. So,
Put this in this knee up. So you can
I'm
stand up.
about to pee my pants.
So I had a bowel movement this morning and I farted an hour ago, so therefore that means you have to find me a place to live. The moon and the stars are like making me sad, so it's your responsibility to find me a place to live. That's how much logic you're making right now, Karen. You're spitting out these completely irrelevant little tidbits of information they don't give a fuck about and demanding them house you. You aren't making any sense. You say you can't be around drugs, but you sound like you're on copious amounts of them. Because nothing you've said so far has made any fucking sense. You want to blame, you said, oh, I shouldn't have been in the news, so that means you have to find me a place to live. No, the cops had nothing to do with you making the news. Your behavior did. Right. I didn't fart. I'm making an example. Like, she keeps throwing out all this irrelevant bullshit and expecting that to mean that they have to house her. I had a car wreck, so that means you have to. I had a car wreck 10 years ago, so that means you have to find me a place to live. Like, I played a game of chess 80 years ago. That means you have to find me a place to live. Like, what the fuck?
Stop! No. No, I'm not going through this again. No.
It looks like you are, and she's an avalanche of something, all right. Fucking tsunami of fucking rolls.
No. No. Ryan. Oh, you guys are gonna break my arms.
Stand up.
I'm not standing up. I'm gonna pee my pants. No. Oh, I'm not going through this again. No, stop! I was over there! Well, you guys already did this to me before! I lost my door and everything! You guys can't do this to me again!
Man, you had all day yesterday, last night, today to move.
They keep locking me out of my room. I need to go pee. Seriously. I need to go pee.
We're not uncuffing you. You're too combative. You
Okay,
gotta prove it.
just let me up, and I can do it real quick. But you guys have already done this to me before. And I've asked for extra day because the power went out. I have nowhere to go.
Stand up.
Well, that's your own fault, Karen, because the hotel staff said you were walking around screaming at people, and I completely believe them because you came barreling out of that door like the Kool-Aid man, screaming at the police, demanding all this shit, demanding they find you a house, demanding they pay your rent, demanding this, demanding that. They don't owe you anything. And you're like, I'm not going to do this again. It looks like you are. And you know why you're going through this? And you know what? The fact that you said again means that this is a regular occurrence for you, which means you would think that you would learn your lesson after the first fucking time. That you wouldn't act like this because clearly you've been through this before, or you wouldn't have said, I'm not going through this again. It's clearly happened multiple times. You are clearly a problem. So maybe get your shit together and stop blaming the world for all of your problems and maybe start fixing your own shit. And stop expecting everyone else to deal with the consequences of your decisions.
You guys have done this to me before.
Put your feet under you, man.
And this isn't right.
In the car.
I need to go to the bathroom, please.
We're not going into the room.
I need to go to the bathroom. I need to seriously go to the bathroom.
We are not going into that room with that dog in there.
Okay, I can control him.
Is he going to bite us?
No. If one guy stand off to the side, no, he won't bite.
Or if you lock yourself in the room,
No, I'm
try
not
to
gonna.
barricade
You guys
yourself.
have the handcuffs. I need to pee.
We'll run
Seriously.
you to the station.
Don't videotape this. Seriously.
They have the right.
No, they don't need to videotape
Yeah,
it.
you've been yelling at everybody.
Okay. I need to go pee.
Sorry?
Seriously.
Yeah.
I need to go pee.
We'll get you back to the station
I
as
need to
quickly
go
as we can.
pee.
But all this drama.
You guys are lying. Seriously, I need to pee. They're lying. I need to go pee. You guys, I need to go pee.
Stop struggling.
She's literally trying to come up with every excuse under the sun to keep from going to jail. She's going to jail. She's literally struggling trying to go back to the room, and she expects them to believe she's going to be compliant when she gets to the room. They're not dumb. The minute she got back to the room, she would have locked them out and barricaded herself inside. They're not fucking stupid. She didn't, and this, I gotta go pee. Well, you can wait until you get to jail, Karen.
Get to the station and we can pee.
I need to go pee.
Let us get to the station as quickly. We're not doing that here. We're not going into that room with that dog.
He's not gonna bite you. Please, I can't lose that dog. Just open the door. I won't barricade myself in. Please. I need to go
You're in
pee.
custody.
Yeah, because you guys are liars.
This is all slowing the
No,
process.
you guys, I need to go pee. I seriously need to go pee. You guys have done this to
You
me
can go when you get back to the
before.
station.
I need to go pee. Seriously.
So let's get going.
I need to go pee.
Here.
No.
Here.
I need to go pee. Stop that. You guys have done this to me before. I
Sit
need
down.
to go pee. No.
Turn around.
No, you guys abused me when I was in. No.
Turn around.
So do what we're asking you to do. Stop making it
I was in the
difficult.
hospital when I asked for help, and you guys are doing it again. Nope.
All you gotta do is stand up.
Nope. I've asked to go to the
You're
bathroom.
creating the situation yourself.
No, no, I'm not. You guys. I need to go pee. You guys are lying. Lying. I need to go pee. I can't lose my dog.
You're not going to lose your dog.
Yeah,
We are good. Put the leg up.
Seriously, please.
When you do this, we're gonna put leg shackles on you.
Okay, I need to
Stop.
pee.
Do not move.
I do not want to lose my dog.
Tell her she's not going to lose the dog. Hey, listen to me.
I need to go pee.
Listen to me so I can tell you something about the dog. Okay? We're going to call our animal control officer in. We'll get the dog. We have a kennel.
Okay, I lost my
Calm down. Let me explain to you.
Go pee. Seriously, I'm
You're
on my
not
period.
And let's get to the station then.
I need, my stuff is in the bathroom.
We can get you what you need if I can get
No,
it.
you guys did it last time. I just need to go pee and wipe.
We're not doing that here.
I need to go pee.
We're not doing that here.
I don't want to lose my dog. I don't want to lose my car, but I'm about to lose my car.
Yeah, and guess whose fault that is, Karen? They told you to leave yesterday. You could have left. They gave you an extension for a whole other day. You had a full 24 more hours to figure it out. I didn't get 24 hours. I didn't get an hour before I had to drive 2,000 fucking miles and figure it out on the way. So pardon me while I don't have any fucking compassion for you, especially when you've acted the way you've acted and you've caused all the bullshit you have. You wouldn't be losing your car or your dog or any of that had you complied at any juncture of this. But you complied with nothing.
bathroom. I've already lost my animals before. You guys let my ex-husband in, and you did so. Yeah, because Connie let him in.
All right, well, not call me. No doubt. That's only my second time. Yesterday was day one.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, I was wrong to Leah Cruz on Channel 11 News. I don't have a job. I'm on unemployment. I was not resisting. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to pee. Yeah, never mind. I was asking for an extra day. I was asking for a goddamn extra day, and I told you guys that yesterday. Yeah, well, I told you guys I needed help finding a place. Because every goddamn place is saying, oh, they can't help me because I don't have my kids full time. So who's wrong? Yeah, exactly. You guys are wrong. Goddamn liars. How would you like when somebody came in and they took your stuff?
We showed up.
Yeah, you guys are lying.
We showed
lying!
Up. We showed up 14
All
minutes
you're doing
after
is
11.
lying. I need to go to the bathroom.
So you had 14 extra
I
minutes.
need to go to the bathroom. You guys are going to make me lose my stuff. Yeah. You guys are lying.
Wah. I've caused all this trouble myself, and I expect you to fix my problem just because I caused this myself. I'm gonna blame you for all my bullshit. Wah. Well, you're losing your dog because you don't need it to begin with. Clearly, you can't take care of it. You're losing your stuff because you couldn't follow directions. This is nobody's fault but yours, Karen. And you keep saying, I gotta pee. Y'all are liars. Y'all are liars. I gotta pee. What does you having to pee have to do with losing your stuff? Grow the fuck up.
Lying. Lying. No, I didn't. Liars. Lying. Lying. I did not do it to myself. You guys are lying. Liars. I did not do it to myself. No, I'm sitting here nice and calmly. You guys are lying. Lying. No, you guys are lying.
Can you believe it? She's out here living her best life as a free agent in the marriage and job markets. Who knew someone so captivating and brainy could be flying solo and jobless? Nonetheless, after an excessive amount of Karening, this Karen faced charges for trespassing, causing a disturbance, and refusing to comply with her inevitable arrest.
Okay, I'm gonna look at your eyes.
No.
DUI. I'm gonna read you your rights, and then I'm gonna ask you some more questions. Okay?
Stop.
You have the right to remain silent.
No, stop.
Listen. Stop interrupting me and listen. Okay?
Okay.
So I won't ask you again, because if I ask you
Angelique,
again, stop jumping up and down.
Back on the 17th of December in 2023, Officer Robinson from the Indian River Sheriff's Office found himself playing traffic conductor in beautiful Barrow Beach, Florida. Amidst the chaos of cars and
Harry. What the fuck, Harry? Explain yourself, Harry. We had this conversation a couple of minutes ago. I told you to tell Florida to get its shit together or I'm asking for a divorce. Again with Florida. What the fuck are they putting in the water in Florida?
confusion, a peculiar sight caught his eye. A vehicle with its high beams flashing like it was auditioning for a disco party. As he sauntered over to investigate, lo and behold, there sat Karen behind the wheel. casually sticking her arm out the window with her driver's license dangling like a prize catch. The ensuing exchange between them could have been straight out of a sitcom script. And just when things couldn't get any weirder, Officer Robinson decided it was time to hit record a trusty body cam. And that's where our story begins.
Have you been drinking tonight?
No, I'm trying to tell my kid.
Okay, I can smell alcohol coming off of you. What are you trying to get to, ma'am?
This thing.
What is
I can guarantee you your puppy Whippet is probably more in control of itself than this Karen. Your infant dog likely has more self-control than this Karen. No, classic. Name it Billy Bob after Billy Bob Thornton. Name it Billy Bob. No. I know. Name it Panda. Classic, you have to name your dog Panda. Name it Panda Bear. Oh, I love Whippets. They're adorable. Got to whip it. You like to whip it. You like to whip it. Shut up, Harry. You have, Harry, you can't be talking until you get Florida to get its shit together and stop doing this. I know what they are, classic. I love them. I love them so much. I almost got one, but I didn't. You've got to name it Panda, classic. I vote that you name the doggo Panda. Don't make me bribe your wife with more beanie hats. Hey, classic. I made a little tiny sheep that's about as big as my thumbnail. It's a cute little sheep. I will bribe your wife with a little tiny sheep that I felted myself. I am not above bribery. No, I want the doggo to be named Panda. I'm gonna be a brat about it. That way I can say, I'm a dog, I'm a dog, I'm a dirty, dirty dog.
this thing?
The lights.
Okay.
The lights.
And you haven't been drinking tonight?
No,
I can smell alcohol.
I'm not.
I can smell the odor of alcoholic beverages
There's
coming from the
nothing-
car. Okay, well, I can
there's
smell
nothing.
it. Okay.
There's nothing to smell.
Okay. That's fine. So I'm gonna have you step out of the car, ma'am, okay? We're gonna go to the front of the car and sit on the hood.
No, I'm not going to do that.
I suggest that you get out of the car, ma'am.
I don't think you think I don't. No.
Ma'am, we have every legal right to ask you to step out of the car.
But why?
He's already explained it to you.
Are you in your lawful?
Classic. I'm kidding. I hope you know that. You name your dog whatever you want to name your dog. I'm just fucking with you. But I am happy for you. I'm super excited. I hope the doggo brings you guys a lot of joy. You guys deserve it.
Order, you need to exit the vehicle.
No, I don't need to do anything.
Ma'am,
No, I don't.
I highly
need to do
suggest
anything.
you come out
No,
of the car.
I've already been here and I'm done that. Plus, I'm
Been there
not-
and done what?
No, I don't need to do anything. I didn't do anything wrong.
You got slurred speech I need you to exit the vehicle, or I will remove you from the vehicle.
Why? Why? Why?
Please explain it, ma'am. Because at this point, we believe you might be intoxicated.
Why?
So we need to determine that. He's explained that to you already, so I don't know if you're not understanding or not hearing it.
No, I hear it.
Okay. And all we're
I hear
asking you
it.
right now.
No, no,
Step
no.
to the front of the car.
Please do not. Please do not.
The options are you get out instead of the car, or we're gonna pull you out and put you in handcuffs.
Please
and just
do
in the
not.
backseat of a
Please
patrol
do
car.
not. Please do
Those
not.
are your two options right now. So
Can you talk to my child?
We'll take care of that.
No, can you talk to my child?
After we're done here, I'll speak to
Can
your
you
child.
please
Yep.
talk to my child?
After we're done here, I will gladly
But
do
what-
that.
Like, I don't understand. Like, I didn't do anything wrong.
If you didn't do anything wrong, you sit on the hood of the car. Go around, please. Thank you. You handing this to me?
How old is your daughter?
19.
Just sit on the hood.
But there's nothing like.
Because until we determine if you're intoxicated, we don't want you behind the wheel of the vehicle.
I am not intoxicated. I literally am not. I literally came out to be not intoxicated.
Okay.
I don't want to do this. I don't. You guys are so.
Did she just for real just say that just then? I just came out to not be intoxicated. Ma'am, you're drunk. Especially if you're saying shit like that. You're definitely drunk. I don't want limp biscuits.
Not.
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Angelique. Angelique. Like what?
I'm just trying to ask you what your name is.
I'm not stupid.
At no point have I ever said that you were stupid.
You never did, no.
Nope.
This is still definitely stupid.
Well, I guess we'll see. I smell the odor of alcoholic beverages coming from your person. That's why I asked you to pull over here, right?
No, you didn't. I actually pulled over by myself.
After I told you to pull over.
I pulled over.
Okay.
I pulled over.
Sure.
Larry, who's coming? Who's coming?
Another deputy.
Let's
Corporal,
talk.
actually.
Who's coming? Let's talk about who's coming. Larry, who's coming?
Corporal Schwartz. I don't know
Okay.
anybody named Larry.
McCullough.
Okay.
That's great. That's great.
What's
That's great. This is happening. That's great. That's great. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Mm. Thanks.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I guess we'll find out.
Yes, you will. You seem like why are you being like I'm a self-control. I'm like why are you being like this? Why?
I'm not sure what you think I'm being like.
Why are you being why? I don't understand.
If he comes and feels like that you're good to go, you're gone. See you later. If not,
I'm gonna go.
okay. I guess that's what you think.
No, I know.
All right.
You're so fucking pompous.
Okay.
You're pompous.
You're right.
You are.
Sure.
You just like come back like oh, but you're a dick. Like it's so fucking pompous.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. Oh, like you're oh, you are like no, you're pompous.
I'm just trying to direct lights, like people into the Christmas lights. Yeah, you're right.
I am right.
I guess we'll see.
Yes, we will.
Sure.
I think somebody learned a new fucking word today because I guarantee you drunk Karen over here doesn't have the slightest clue what the hell pompous even means. Please explain to me the meaning of the word you just used to Karen. Exactly how is he acting pompous? By making sure you weren't driving drunk and endangering every other family on that highway. You said talk to your kid. Well, what if your kid was on that highway and you had an accident and you hit them? And you took them out of this world because you needed to get drunk. How's that for pompous? No, ma'am. He's doing his job, which is protecting the peace, protecting the highway from people like you who can't control themselves and get behind the wheel of a car shit-faced. And if that's pompous, I hope he continues to be pompous. Last I checked, that's just him doing his job. Well, I don't know if I'd want a limp biscuit. I like my biscuits pretty firm. I'm just saying.
No. Okay. Oh. I think you know, but you don't know. Because you don't know. Because you don't know. You know why you don't know? Because I'm in this district. I'm in this district.
Okay.
Yes, I am in the district. And I'm gonna be blind. I'm gonna die for this. But yes, you're gonna be right, but you're wrong. Stupid.
I know.
It is stupid. Like I didn't do anything wrong.
And if
I didn't do
if that's
anything
the
wrong.
truth, then that will come out at the
I
end.
didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
I literally.
What was the nature of her getting stopped over here?
Okay, so as you can see, a lot of traffic, right?
Yeah.
She was in the middle of the road. She kept flashing her lights at me. So I walked over to her. As I walked over, she had her driver's license out the window. I started speaking to her, asking if she was going straight or turning. She's going to give me a straight answer. At that time, I smelled the odor of an alcoholic
I
beverage.
said I'm turning.
I did a quick
I
HGN
said
and
I'm turning.
saw some eye
Yes, I
bounce.
did say I'm turning.
I'll listen to what you have to say.
So that's how we got here. So I had her pull over on the side of the road. At first, she
So when
was
you
like,
when you took her license, I couldn't hear.
I said I'm turning.
she still has a
Ma'am.
license.
Wait, please. I want to listen to him, and I'm going to talk to you then.
She couldn't give me a straight answer. I saw the odor of alcoholic beverages. Here we are now. I did a quick
You're
HGN.
stupid. You're
I
stupid.
saw I jumped full extension. That's what made me go, all right, you need to pull over.
Okay.
So, and then we've been sitting here.
I said I am pulling over. You
Right,
know
you-
I said that. No, you said
You thought about not.
no. I'm not. Didn't say
All
not.
right, that's
not.
fine. This is Corporal Schwartz. I'm Corporal Robinson. Okay. So Corporal Schwartz is going to talk to you.
Okay, ma'am. Do you want to just walk back and talk to me?
I don't want to do
over here?
anything.
You don't want to do anything? Okay.
No. At this point, because he's being belligerent.
Well, I'm gonna walk
No,
away with
he's-
you.
he-
Okay, I'm gonna
he
separate
is
you
Being,
from.
he is being belligerent. I'm not doing anything with him.
Okay, I'm gonna
No,
separate.
I'm not being
Ma'am.
with him.
Can you please stop interrupting me? I said I was going to separate you from him. You can come back with me and talk to me. Okay?
No,
What exactly is illegitimate? What is belligerent? You mean belligerent? Drunk ass? Belligerent is not a word. I think you mean belligerent. You fucking drunk.
I don't want to do anything with you.
Well, you're gonna need to.
No, I'm not
come
gonna
back
do
and
anything
speak
with you.
me. Okay. I can smell the alcohol
No,
coming
yeah,
out of your
yeah,
breath.
yeah, yeah. You say that because he said
No,
that.
I can smell it because you're talking, and the wind is
I-
blowing directly into my
It's
face.
not any alcohol.
Do you feel the wind at your back? Well,
yes,
that wind,
I
I'm
feel
standing
it.
right in front of
I
you.
have no alcohol on me. Nothing. Nothing. Go ahead. Blow. Go ahead.
Okay. Would you like to
No,
perform
thank
some
you.
field
No,
coordination
no,
exercises?
not.
Okay.
Because I've done this before. No, thank you. No, thank you.
May I please look at your eyes?
But I have to say, I have my
Excuse me, drunk? I can't understand you, drunk. No, you can't look at my eyes because oh, you've been through this before? I'm sure you have, you fucking alcoholic. Can't even go see Christmas lights without being fucking shit-faced. You think it's okay to get behind the wheel of a car that drunk. You can't even string a coherent sentence together or pronounce belligerent correctly. Like you're drunk. And you seem to think that this is okay behavior. And you said I've been through this before, which means you drinking and driving is a regular occurrence. So I think they need to pull your license until you can learn to act like a fucking adult and make better choices so that you're not out here putting everyone else's family in danger of being Minecrafted by a fucking drunk Karen. I hate people like you.
What's wrong?
I have issues of my.
With what?
No. You stop right there. You have issues. You are absolutely fucking correct. You've got issues because apparently you think that you getting fucked up is more important than a family living through the night. Possibly a few families. Because you don't know that you wouldn't have hit 5 or 6 cars. People like you make me sick. You think that you're entitled to get behind the wheel of a car, shit-faced, and put everyone on that highway in danger of death. You are driving a 2-ton weapon down the road where someone could lose their whole ass family because of a choice you made. Admittedly, by your own words, on a regular basis. You need to go to jail. Like, these people piss me off. Like, on a whole other level. Like, they make me legitimately angry.
It's my like medical stuff.
You have a disability?
Yes.
What would that
So
be?
don't do any like that. Don't do that.
Do what?
Don't do the thing with the thing.
What thing with the thing?
No, don't do that because I have.
Don't do all the sobriety tests because I have a disability that happens to cover me passing a sobriety test. Bullshit, Karen. You're drunk.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to check out your eyes, okay?
No,
it's
don't
very easy.
do that. Don't do that because it is my disability. Like I do have.
What's the disability that prevents you from being
No,
able
I
to look
don't
at a
want
pen?
to say it because I've done this before and I got arrested because I said.
You've done this before, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you've driven drunk. Being a drunken alcoholic, a drunken belligerent alcoholic is not a disability. You know you're drunk. You know you can't pass the sobriety test and you're trying to get out of it. And you don't even know the name of your so-called disability. I'm calling bullshit, you fucking bitch.
That was disability. Like I have.
Okay, ma'am.
No.
Here's where I'm at. Okay.
No. I am legally able to tell you where I feel.
All right, ma'am. Here's the deal. I'm investigating you for criminal
Stop. Why?
a criminal violation of DUI.
Why?
Okay.
Why? Why?
You are not free to leave right now.
Why?
Under suspicion of DUI.
Why?
I'm going to read you your
Why?
rights, and then I'm going to ask you some more questions. Okay.
Stop. Stop.
You have the right
No.
to remain silent.
No, stop. Stop.
Listen. Stop interrupting me and listen. Okay.
Okay, bitch.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Wow.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have your lawyer present with you while you are being questioned.
Why?
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer,
Why?
one will be appointed to represent you before questioning. If you
There's
decide to
nothing
answer any
here.
questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time and speak with a lawyer. You may use any of these rights at any time during the interview. Do you understand these rights I've read to you?
No, I don't.
What don't you understand about
I don't understand any of the rights. No, I
What
don't.
don't you understand?
I don't understand them.
You have the right
I don't
to a lawyer?
understand. No, I don't understand any of them.
Why are you saying that?
Because you said I have to understand them. I don't understand them.
What is
So I
it that you don't understand?
I don't understand them. Sorry, I don't.
Okay, do you understand that? Here's what I'm going to tell you, okay? You acting like a child.
I'm not
crossing
acting
your
like a
arms
child.
and saying these things
No,
aren't going to change the fact that I
no.
smell the odor of alcohol
No,
on you. You
I'm
have strange behavior.
Stop.
You're being
Stop.
belligerent.
Stop.
You are unable to complete a sentence or a thought
I am.
when you're trying to
I am
articulate.
able.
So what don't you understand about your rights that I just
I
read
am
to you?
able. But you guys always do this to me.
What do you mean, guys always?
Because you guys do this.
Who is guys and what are we doing?
You on your
My job?
Yeah.
And his job?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're the bad guys?
Yeah, you are.
Oh God, how dare the police officers do their jobs and protect the other people on the highway, because Karen, you are not the only person on the road. You evil bitch. You've got to be evil to act with that much entitlement after what you've done. You could have Minecrafted someone. So pardon me while I don't give you any grace. With as drunk as you are, you can't even speak correctly. And you're driving a vehicle. Erratically, I might add. Someone could have lost their life. Someone could have lost their loved ones, their grandkids, their kids, their dad, their uncle, their brother. And I'm not going to apologize. That is Minecraft. That is that is premeditated Minecraft, in my opinion. To me, if you make the decision to do what she did, that's premeditated murder. And I'm not going to apologize for this, but in my opinion, until you've been affected directly by this, kiss my fucking ass. I have been directly affected by drunk drivers, so yes, it hits a fucking nerve. Every time. In my opinion, people who drink and drive deserve to go to jail for murder. And not just any murder, premeditated. And get life in prison. Do you know why, Karen? Because you took someone's life. I don't care if you were drunk, intoxicated, on drugs. I don't care. Someone still dies at the end of it. Or at the very least, gets severely injured. But if you Minecraft someone, you unalive someone because you had to be a drunk piece of shit and get behind the wheel of a car while drunk, and you hit somebody and they die, you deserve to do life in prison. Because it's premeditated murder. Because you made the active choice to drink. You made the active choice to get drunk beyond any recognizable semblance of coherency. You decide to get absolutely shit-faced. And you decided to pick up your car keys, get behind the wheel of a car, and get on a highway. So drunk, you can't even string a sentence together. That was your choices. You are the one who decided to get drunk off your ass. You are the one who decided to drive while drunk. Therefore, that's premeditated. And you took someone's life with that vehicle you decided to drive drunk in. Therefore, that's murder to me. You better thank every fucking star in the sky that I'm not a judge. It's not enough, Harry. I'm not sorry, but that's not enough. Because here's the deal. Here's the deal, Harry, and here's why that's not enough. It won't be enough until that person is dead. Because the person they take out doesn't get to sit their little fucking asses in prison. Their family never gets to see them again. Their family never gets to pick up the phone and call them. Their family never gets to spend another birthday, Christmas, or holiday with them. They are gone. And I will never see them again. They'll never meet their cousins, their nephews. They'll never get to raise their children. But the drunk will. The drunk will get, probably if they're married, they'll get conjugal visits. If the drunk is married, they'll get out. They'll get to live their life. They'll get to feel the grass beneath their feet, feel the wind on their face. You know who doesn't get that luxury? The person who wasn't drinking and driving, the person who was going home from work, finishing their retirement packet after 20 years of service. Never drank a day in their life. And they get taken the fuck out by a drunk fucking Karen who decided to get shit-faced and get behind the wheel of a car. So no, that's not enough. A felony is not enough. It'll never be enough. And you goddamn right, I'm angry. I'll never not be angry. You know what? I've thought long and hard about this, and I don't know what, like, I'm seeing too much of this, and it's fucking profoundly affects me. Like, it puts me in a foul place. In a dark place. But here's the thing. This will never change until our laws change. We have to fix this. By we, I mean the American people. We as a country have to change this. I know other countries where if you take someone's life because you're drunk behind the wheel of a car, they do consider it murder. And you go to prison for murder. There's no vehicular homicide. It's declared as murder. Matter of fact, it's premeditated, if I'm not mistaken. And that's the only country's laws on this that I happen to agree with. I believe that in America, if you get drunk, you get behind the wheel of a car, and you take somebody's life, however many people in that are in that car and however many people pass away, God rest their souls. That's how many counts of premeditated you should get. That's how many consecutive life sentences you should serve. And in states that carry the death penalty, I think you should have to do that. I think they should have the right to take your life. And in situations like that, I wish our ways of doing that were a little more harsh as to deter people from fucking wanting to do that. I mean, that may seem harsh to some of you. But then again, somebody getting Minecrafted in a car accident because some drunk ass Karen decides to drive while drunk, don't you think that's harsh? So I think the penalty for that should be more harsh. Because so long as the penalty for doing that is so little, it's not going to stop because people just don't fucking care. I don't know what the fuck you find funny. Talking about people getting taken out by drunk drivers. It's not a funny thing. I'm not calling in. I'm saying that I believe our governors and our senators and our congressmen, I think they should pass a law that if you Minecraft somebody because you're drunk behind the wheel of a car, you get convicted of murder. You were laughy facing me when I was talking about that. That's why I asked you what you thought was funny. I'm not drawing any straw mans. I'm sitting here talking about this and you were laughing. That's not a straw man. I'm asking you a question. Can you not handle questions? Question too hard? Then you are a fucking douchebag for laughing about that. Then you just contradicted yourself too. You said, "Oh, you're drawing straw man, blah blah blah," because nobody said that was funny. Well, you kind of did when you're making laughy faces, and you just said again, contradicting yourself, "I'm still laughing." Anyway, I wonder, like on a serious note, and there, buddy, you couldn't be viral. Clearly, because if you were viral, world viral news, you wouldn't be in here talking shit. Good luck going viral, though. Poor little fella with so little brain cells. I do wonder, though, who one would contact or talk to about, like, maybe suggesting that. I think it would have to be a congressman. You can't block Classic's a mod. I think your local senators can pass bills, can't they? Like, I'm not trying to pass bills. I am not a politician. Let me clarify that statement. I am not a politician or a senator or anything, really. I am just somebody who cares. And somebody that this specific topic matters a great deal to. Like, I don't know what one would have to do to get, like, your senator or congressman or even local governments to even consider making the penalty for Minecrafting someone while drunk more severe. But I think I'm going to look into that. Like, on a serious note, because I'm seeing entirely too much of this. And it's not that I think I'm that important or that I am that powerful that I can get a bill passed, but you got to start somewhere with it. Somebody's got to put it on the table. I just don't know how, because I don't do politics. But I mean, like, and that might make people butt hurt, but I don't care. What should butt hurt them is the statistics. Because if you look up the statistics for how many people get Minecrafted every year by drunk drivers, that's what you should be butthurt about. Because people clearly don't care. Because clearly the penalty for doing so is so little that it doesn't matter to them. They're like, oh, I'll do a couple of days in jail and I'll get right back out. I'll do a year or two and I'll be fine. I'll lose my license for a while and I'll get them back. Well, the problem with that is the person they Minecrafted is dead. They don't get to get their life back. Their families don't get to get them back. You know? So before you come at me sideways about how seriously I take this shit, how about you try to take it more seriously, considering the fact that there are way too many people dying in car accidents because a dumbass Karen's getting behind the wheel of a car drunk or on drugs. To me, I don't consider there to be a difference. And that's just me personally. Like, your opinions on the thing may matter, or like to your local fucking government, but I'm just one person. And I think that if more people took up issue with this fucking crisis, I think maybe they would listen. I can't guarantee it, but you know, the more people, the more likely they are to do something about it. It's just something to consider. Consider talking to your local government, your local senator, your local congressman. Consider talking to them and getting their input on raising the stakes for driving drunk and Minecrafting someone. Consider getting them to raise it from just being a felony to really being able to seriously charge them. Like, for there to be legitimate consequences for it, because what they claim to be consequences nowadays, I don't consider that to be enough. Anyway, let's listen to this fucking whack job validate why she's drinking and driving.
It has nothing to do with you getting behind the wheel.
No, it doesn't.
And you've been
No.
arrested before for driving under the influence
Yes,
of alcohol?
I have. I told you I did.
Okay. And has...
And here she is, doing it again. Case in point. And it's, you know, the people that end up taking somebody out are people like that. People who have long histories of drinking and getting behind the wheel of a car. Oh, I don't mind people drinking, classic. My issue with people drinking is limited to and very specific to people drinking and driving. I don't care if you drink. If you drink, stay home. Stay off the road. Get a designated driver. Call an Uber. There are a million things you could do besides put everyone else's life in danger. Please don't do that. For the love of fucking everything sacred, don't do that. Because not only could you take yourself out, but you take other people out with you. And if you're going to be a dumbass and put yourself and only yourself in that situation. Don't put innocent people in the pathway to death because you got to get fucked up and drive. Like, get fucked up by all means. Drink you whatever you drink. Just stay the fuck home or stay the hell at the party. Call an Uber, call a friend, call a relative. It really is that simple. But it's people like this who are repeated offenders. Consistently getting arrested for drunk driving. Exactly, Harry. That's my entire fucking point. And I think, like, I'm looking for a resolution. I'm not sitting here just bitching about it. It legitimately bothers me. I think bother is a drastic understatement. It profoundly bothers me. It pisses me the fuck off. It sends me from 0 to red in about 0.2 seconds. Because I think that if our laws were stricter and there were more severe consequences, I don't think people would do it. I'm sorry, but I think our laws are too lenient on drunk drivers. I think it should be a lot more severe. I think that if you get caught drinking and driving, you lose your license for life. Because you clearly can't make good decisions. And if you do get your license back, it should be after a period of 5 years sober, where you consistently test on a regular basis to make sure you don't have alcohol in your system. And after 5 years, if you continue to make good choices, you can have your license back. I think a lot less people would be drinking and driving if they knew that getting caught would cost them their license for a minimum of 5 years, where they couldn't drink at all. Yeah, the punishment is very severe. But I think that's the only way to get through to people. I think the punishment should match the crime. Because the gravity of what they're doing and what they're risking is astronomical. Like, you don't know how many people you could hit. Like, you don't know that, and then you do it anyway. And if you can't control yourself to the point that you're getting that fucked up at all, I don't care. Like, take away the fact that you're driving, the fact that you're so messed up that you cannot string a cohesive sentence together. That right there is a red flag in and of itself. That means you have zero self-control with alcohol. That means you should probably look into getting some help, because if you can't control yourself to the point that you're getting so fucked up you can't even talk, and you're making horrible decisions to drink and drive, you might need to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, and you might not need to drink at all. If these are the kind of choices you make while drinking, you shouldn't be drinking. Then people may want to come at me sideways for saying that. I don't care. It is what it is. This bitch is triggering me. I'm gonna have to fucking skip her ass. Because she's really pissing me off with that fucking entitled, I did nothing wrong shit. It's another drunk. Let's see if we can find a shoplifting Karen. I'm done with these fucking drunks. You know, let me make a point. In 2 hours, 27 minutes, there's probably 50 or 60 Karens in here, and 98% of them are drunk drivers from the same fucking state. 90% of them are from Florida. That's just one state. And if that doesn't tell you we are at a crisis level in America with this shit, I don't know what will.
Looking at your foot, okay?
4, 5.
Yeah, I'm done with it. This shit's here to laugh, not to get pissed off. The bitch just pissed me off on I can't help it. Like, she really just pissed me the fuck off. Ooh, look, Wild Karen antics. Let's see if we can get something that's angry.
Boy, do they deliver. They can be seen going off on anyone, from store clerks to restaurant staff, and even complete strangers. From screaming at the top of their lungs to pointing their fingers aggressively, these Karens know just how to make an entrance. So the next time you encounter a Karen in public, think twice before you startle her. She might just have something up her sleeve.
Here we have a police officer who pulls over a woman who fits the dumb Karen stereotype like a glove. And surprise, surprise, she seems to be under the influence. During the stop, the officer politely lets her know that her driver's license has been suspended, but this dumb Karen, in true form, insists it's perfectly valid and demands the presence of her lawyer as if she's starring in her own legal drama. Naturally, things get a little spicy when she stubbornly refuses to leave her car, opting instead to engage in a verbal sparring match with the officer. Let's see how the situation plays out with this incredibly stupid Karen.
Here's your ID bag. All right, do you have anyone that can come pick up the car?
What?
A driver's license. You're driving without a valid driver's license.
Why do I not have a valid driver's license?
You tell me. Your license has been suspended.
No.
Yes.
1 second, sir.
What are those tickets that you just went past?
They're from July 4th.
Yeah, what are they
I
for?
just went to court.
What is-
All of them.
So
They're
for-
all dismissed.
For speed, open container. And you see that one? You see
They
this
were
one?
dismissed.
Okay, do you see that one though?
Yes. it was
What does that
dis-
say?
It was dismissed.
What does it say though on it? Can you see?
Driving on is suspended.
Right,
It
so
was dismissed. It was suspended the night before. I have the paperwork, sir.
Okay.
Just give me 1 sec.
okay, do you have someone that can come pick up the car?
I'm literally 5 seconds away from my house.
Okay, I understand that, but you can't drive.
Can you follow me there?
Negative.
Can I park here and walk?
You can't park in the middle of the
This
street.
is
You can
just
walk,
ridiculous.
yes. All right, so you don't have anyone that can pick up the car now?
No, I don't. But I have
Okay.
proof that my license is valid.
Okay. Well,
Right here. Here's another one.
okay.
Valid driver's
Okay.
license.
If you read this, this tells you that your license is being suspended on July 5th.
Right here.
Okay, so take that one
Sorry, I
back.
gave you the wrong one.
So this was dated July 6th. So the system is still showing that your license is suspended.
So why is it suspended?
I don't know. That's what you need to talk to the DMV about, not me. It says FR suspended. suspension, which is financial responsibility. So that could be from an unpaid traffic
Insurance?
ticket. It could be insurance. It could be anything.
I have valid insurance.
Okay. Well, your license is suspended. So you need to take that up with the DMV. But at this time, you're driving
I
with.
literally went to court like last week.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you on the side of the road. That's something you need to take up with the DMV. But as of right now, it shows that you have a valid identification card. That's it. No valid driver's license. Okay?
So can you tell me any more than the court could tell me then what I need to do?
No, I just told you. You need to contact. You need to contact the DMV.
Whole boatload of paperwork right here.
Okay, you need to contact the
Please
DMV.
just tell me what I need to do.
I am telling you what you need to do. You need to contact the DMV. But as of right now, you have no one that can come and get your vehicle, so your vehicle is going to be
I live
towed.
5 seconds away.
You're driving on a. You don't have a valid driver's license. You
I
cannot drive.
should. Why do I not have a valid driver's license?
That's what you need to take up with the DMV.
Shouldn't you be able to tell me that?
I told you on my end, it shows you that your license is suspended. It says that you have a financial responsibility suspension.
And I can't show you any kind of proof.
There's no proof other than what it says on my computer screen.
Can you call like a superior or something?
There's
Because that's bullshit.
it's not bullshit. There's no supervisor going to come out for a suspended license.
Okay, well, I'm going to sit right here till the supervisor comes because I've got paperwork out the ass right now.
Mhm.
I've got fines I paid out the ass right now. So
Okay.
if you can't tell me why it is still suspended,
I just told you.
when I
It
literally
says-
went to court last week.
All right, stand by. I'll get the exact dates for you, okay? Can you look at the subject in my call? It says that she has a valid ID card only, no driver's license. It says there was an FR suspension, but then it says it was reinstated the day after it went into effect. Negative, only an ID card. That's it. Ma'am, just stay in the car for a second. Just wait. Stay in the car for a second. Stay in the car. Give me 1 second, ball.
Please call a superior. This is absurd.
Listen to me. Nothing's happening right this second. I need you to sit back in the car. If you continue to listen to me, if you continue to ignore me, I'll arrest you for resisting. Sit in the car and we're figuring it out.
What?
Sit in the car. Don't get out of this car again.
You're not.
Sit in the car. Sit in the
Please,
car. That's
honestly,
it. That's all you need to
all
do.
due respect.
All you need to do is sit in the car.
I'm a professional
Okay.
just like you are.
I need you to sit in the car.
No disrespect.
Like I say, if you get out of this car again, I'll arrest you for resisting. Just
Can you
stand here.
Can you answer my question?
I am trying to if you let me.
No, you're not. You're walking away.
Oh, I'm ready to go home. Oh. So the exact dates for you, okay? Your license went into effect that it was suspended on 7/5/2022. It was reinstated. Listen to me. Reinstated the next day on 7/6. As of right now, you do not have a valid driver's
Why
license.
not?
It shows that on the 18th you went and purchased an ID card for $27 for $25.
No.
Your actual driver's license has not been reinstated. All you have is a valid Florida identification card. That's
What
it.
is the difference? I don't understand.
An identification card and driver's license aren't the same thing.
I am sitting on the side of the road and seeking a lawyer representation. Yes, I was pulled over and they're saying that my license is
All right,
not
so
valid.
if you're talking to an attorney, I'm not going to stand here while you're talking to an attorney. You can do that in your own time. But as of right now, do you have anyone that can come get the vehicle?
Yes, my grandmother is on the way.
Okay,
She
does
can't come get the vehicle.
Okay.
Live 2 seconds away.
Okay. Who is someone coming to get the vehicle?
Can you please tell me? Yeah.
Is someone
He has
coming
me
to
pulled
get your
over on the
vehicle?
side of the road. Driver's
All right,
license.
so we're gonna
is
go over
not
this,
valid.
okay? All right, Miss. And I issued you a citation for running a stop sign, okay? It's
I didn't run a
okay.
stop sign.
It's $166.
I did not
You
run
got
a stop
30 days
sign.
to pay it, 30
I
days
hope
to
you
contest
have
it. Your
a-
options are in the back.
You have a.
Okay, there's that citation.
Do you have a
Right.
video?
The second,
of that?
the second citation that you're being issued is a criminal citation. It's for
Or-
driving without a valid license.
I have a valid license.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you. Like I said, this one you're gonna get a
Yes,
mandatory.
yes,
You're gonna
I
get a
am on the
mandatory
phone
hearing. Again, Miss. I'm not gonna stand here while you're on the phone. Okay, the car needs to be removed from the road. If you
Yes.
don't have anyone that can come and get it.
I have an attorney on the way.
Okay, if you don't have anyone that can come and get your vehicle, it's going to be removed by Edgewater Towing. Okay.
Great, you're on the way. Can they remove my vehicle until you get here? He said you cannot legally remove my vehicle until my representation shows up.
Okay. Would you mind swinging around here?
Representation.
She's on the phone with her attorney and she's refusing to get out of the car for it to be towed.
Thank you very much. Right, my attorney's on the way.
This is a criminal citation. Like I said, you're gonna get
Didn't run a stop
okay.
sign.
You're gonna get
So I hope you have proof
can you
of
stop
this.
talking while I'm talking? Right.
Do you have proof
You're
of
gonna
this?
get a subpoena in the mail to your address, okay, which you have to
Fantastic.
respond to. All right. I told you this is.
She's very lucky he wasn't drunk driving testing her, because she's belligerent AF. Yeah, you have to be. Here's the thing, Classic, is you have to be very careful what you do and don't quote unquote react to on this platform. With Star Wars, anything Disney whatsoever, they're very strict. And you play 2 seconds of anything Star Wars, they will yeet your channel. Uh-oh, I see an upcoming stream somebody's not going to be happy about. Ruh-oh, Raggy. I can't wait for that one. It happens at 6 p.m. Just click notify me on that one. Ooh. And to answer your wife, absolutely, that's what I'm looking for. Ooh, I can't wait for that. It's not till 6. God damn it. Why's it gotta be so far away? It's been raining here. I don't know about you guys, but it's been raining here for 2 days. My sinuses are so bad. Like, I think it's the pollen count. It's been off the charts. And like my sinuses have been really, really congested. And I haven't been able to breathe. This looks interesting, but I don't know if I want to watch it because I don't want to get that in my house. Um, here we go. Here's a good one. Because it was just put out. Oh, really? Oh, okay. If you're asking me how much I charge for my caps, classic, I charge 25 to 30 a piece. Because of the on top of how many hours I put into it. So I ask 25 to 30. And that's like that usually covers shipping and handling too. Because shipping it cost about $15 to $20. So I'm really not making any profit off it because I sell them here for $25 to $30. So I probably, if I'm selling them, I can ship them. I probably need to get about 35 so I at least make a $20 profit. If I make beanies and I can make the matching scarf. And back last year when I sold those, the beanie and the scarf combo, it was 50. Which I could sell them for 60, but I cut a deal and say you can get the hat and the scarf for 50. Because if you think about it, the beanie alone is about $30. And the scarf is bigger. So you're getting a deal. If I'm only selling the scarf, I asked about 30 for those. If I'm selling them individually, I'm charging $30. But if you get a cap and a scarf, I'll cut you a deal and say 50 because I take $10 off of it. I sell those at craft fairs. And I donate a fuck ton of them every year around Christmas. So basically, I take the profits that I make off of them during the year and I buy extra yarn and I make extra caps, and the ones I don't sell, I donate to charity. So basically, whoever buys scarves and beanies from me ends up paying for the homeless community to get beanies and scarves this winter. That's the idea. Oh, well, I'll tell you what I can do to make things simpler. You can tell them they can place the order with you on how many they want. I can ship you some, like to save me and them both money. I can ship it in bulk and say if you want, say, 10 beanies and 10 scarves, I can ship you the 10 each, and they can pay that way. They can buy them, like they can give you the money. and we'll figure out how you're gonna get it to me. I'm not worried about it, but like, it's a thought. It would keep me from having to go to the post office every other day. I'm currently finishing the pink and purple combo. I've got some glitter ones that are more for summertime. You know, like there's a chill in the air. It's not quite cold enough for like a heavy beanie, but it is cool enough to where you need something to cover your ears. Those are the kinds of beanies I'm making right now. Oh, I definitely do that, but I'm going to go ahead and warn you that's going to cost you. My blankets do not sell for anything less than $400. And if you get intricate with it, like embroidery kind of specific, that's going to be around $800 to $1,000. If it's a big blanket, like if you ask for like I don't know, a twin sized blanket, a Star Wars blanket, that depends on what you wanted. If it's an very intricate design, I'm gonna like, it depends on the size, because that's again, I have to calculate the amount of material that I'm gonna need. God damn it, Harry, I swear to God, if it snows tomorrow, I'm coming after you. Oh, a throw blanket. Okay. It also depends on who it's for. Typically, for something like that, I made some, I'll put it like this. I made some Hogwarts themed blankets for Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. Those are the house blankets that I made. And they were considered a throw, but they were big enough to cover a twin size bed. I charged $400 for that because of all of the material I had to buy and probably would never use again because of the specific colors. I had to find those colors first off in yarn that were acceptable to texture sensitive people. Basically, I had to find Hogwarts colors in crushed velvet, which was damn near impossible to find a vendor that had them. And two, to find a vendor that had them that weren't asking $30 a skein. That's why those were that much. And it damn near took every bit of that to cover the cost of the yarn. But for a throw, like a themed throw, I probably couldn't take less than 300 because that's a lot of work. That's weeks of hours a day crocheting. So I probably couldn't take any less than 3. No, we don't have one of those. I order my yarn from a specific vendor because I have to be careful with the littles and the material I use to make beanies and blankies because they are texture sensitive and have very sensitive skin. So I make all of my blankets, beanies, and scarves. Everything I crochet is geared towards texture sensitive people. So you can be guaranteed that whatever I make you, it will not be like an abrasive, cheap material. So, well, I mean, you know that. You got my beanies. Everybody loves my beanies. They love them. But, fuck, I love them. But you know how many of my beanies I've got? Classic. You know how many I've gotten to keep? Every freaking time I get a beanie done, somebody yanks it. They're like, nope, that's my beanie. Like, I don't have one beanie left. Not one. And by the time I finish this one will be gone. Yeah, I can't make beanies out of wool. I will break out in hives if I put that on my face. Like, I can, well, it depends on the wool. Like, alpaca wool doesn't bother me. Emu wool doesn't bother me. Certain types of sheep wool doesn't bother me. It just has to be very, very soft. I'll also make my own yarn. I don't know that I told you that, but I have raw materials and I spin my own yarn. You may have noticed in your beanie cap that those weren't colors you typically find, and it's because I spun my own yarn. On those, the ones you guys got, that was hand spun yarn. I forgot to mention that. That was alpaca, by the way. In case you need to know what kind of material it was, it's not cotton. It's alpaca. I can also make thread. I have wool. I have a box, a massive box of wool. And it's got like all kinds of wool in it. So if I don't have it or if I can't find the yarn on an online retailer, I can make it most of the time. But anyway, just let me know if you want anything. I also sell yarn that I make and dye myself. If you're interested in any of that, let me know. I can sew, and here's something that'll trip you the fuck out, classic. My oldest can embroider. My youngest can crochet. My oldest never really got the knack for crocheting, but my youngest picked it up quite well. He also has recently taken up felting. and he's really good at it. He made a pair of gloves earlier. Well, he's been working on them for about 2 or 3 days. But he made his own gloves out of the raw wool, and he needle felted them himself. And I'm so proud. I'm so proud of him. But I don't know what it was, but I was sitting here felting something or here recently. I was making some little arts and crafts with some felt or felting needles using the wool that I have. And I'm just making random shit, nothing in particular. And he was like, I want to try. Can I try? Can I try? Can I try? He basically took away my wool and my felting needle and was like, gimme. So, of course, I gimmied. And I showed him how to do it, how to bind them together. And that kid has just taken off with that craft. Like, he is a felting machine. He's made a llama. He made, I think, a couple of sheeps. He's made a dog. He made, what was it? He's working on a Mandalorian helmet. That's one of the reasons we were watching The Mandalorian again. It's because he needed a good look at the helmet. He's trying to craft a Mandalorian helmet, and I've got every range of gray wool you can think of. So that should work perfectly. He's trying to felt a Mandalorian helmet. But he's already made gloves. It took him he finished it today, and it's taken him about 4 days altogether. And they look good. They look professional. Like, I mean, you can tell they're handmade, but you can tell that a lot of work went into them. You get what I'm saying? I know. My oldest is into leather working, woodworking, crocheting. He loves crocheting. But mostly he likes woodworking. Like, he likes carving things out of wood. So that's not true of mine, Classic. My youngest he's got a freaking green thumb. He can grow anything, anywhere. It's crazy. Like, that kid can grow anything. He loves gardening. Loves it. He has a garden every year. And this last summer, he grew a crap ton of tomatoes. He grew cucumbers, cabbage, turnip greens. He tried corn, but the corn didn't make it. But he had a lot of success with the tomato plants. He also did purple whole peas, black-eyed peas, butter beans, squash, spaghetti squash. He also grew some pumpkins. So basically, I've made sure that they both have life skills that they can use in the event that the world crashes. They know how to crochet, they'll stay warm. This is my logic. And I always got made fun of by a certain individual because I was teaching them womanly crafts, he said. I was teaching him female shit, he said. Fuck that. I was teaching them how to survive in case the world came crashing down, in case our economy went through the floor. It's already in the floor. In case society as a whole crashed. I wanted to make sure that in the event that that happened, that they could both survive. So, pardon me for making sure they had the skills they needed to survive in case of an apocalypse. Where we couldn't, our money no longer had value and we had to live off the land to survive. My grandfather taught me, my dad taught me, and I taught them. They both know how to sew. One of them prefers to sew over the other one. One of them is better at crocheting, and one of them is better at embroidery. One does better with woodworking and leatherworking. The other does better with felting and growing vegetables. So, like, they know how to mend their own clothes. They know how to grow their own food. They know how to make their own clothes. They'd be fine. And I think today's society has lost track of what your job is to raise your kids. Your job as a parent is to make sure that in the event that suddenly, God forbid, they were without both their parents, hopefully as an adult, they could survive in the world without you. That is your job. Your job is to make sure that your descendants will survive your death. That is literally your job, is to prepare your young for your death. Because it is coming. Like, hopefully a long time from now, but eventually I won't be here anymore. And my job is to prepare them for that. Exactly, yeah. And they also know blacksmithing. Welding, blacksmithing. All the good things. They know how to sanitize water and filter water too. And I'm not being like a doomsday person or anything. I'm just like being prepared. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not like convinced the world is going to come crashing down tomorrow. It could. In today's economy, it very well could. We could wake up tomorrow and our entire government be collapsed. It could happen. It's happened before. I know. I know. So I just want to make sure that in the event that that happens, they know what to do. And you'd think more people would be thinking about that with the way the world is going nowadays, that, you know, you'd think you'd want to prepare your family. But anyway, I'll shut up. If you are interested in the blankets or the scarves or whatever, or if your wife decides she wants a skein of hand spun yarn, let me know. And I mean, because those things do take time to make. And just let me know. Oh, that's cool.
Alex from France claims that her house is haunted. Alex says she's seen objects moving around on their own and heard strange, unexplained noises from parts of the house that she thought were empty. She begins to feel scared for her son's safety, but says that no one believes that her house is haunted. So she starts recording the activity and uploading the footage to her social media. One night, Alex is home alone watching a movie when suddenly this happens.
Il avait des petits magnets perdus de la carte de France, il connaît tout. Il est juste fan de Gordon Bleu, mais ça dessert énormément. C'est pas possible.
Objects start moving all on their own, and the bedroom door even slams shut. Alex gets up to investigate, and that's when the scariest thing happens. What sounds like footsteps running towards her can be heard, but as Alex looks around, there's nothing there. Alex is left feeling spooked, but the creepy activity doesn't end there. A few nights later, she's home alone again and records this.
C'est quoi ça?
In the middle of the night, Alex hears a piano playing downstairs. She goes to check it out, and that's when she hears what sounds like her son calling for her. Things get worse as soon as she enters the room with the piano inside. Books fly off their shelves, and a chair rocks all on its own. The experience has left her terrified, and she's convinced that she's being haunted by something evil. Many of her viewers agree with her, suggesting that it could be a demon, and urged her to move out as soon as she can. But what do you think? Drop a comment and let me know. Do you have a creepy clip to share? Send your scary footage to our email address, contactmindjunkie@gmail.com, and we might feature it on the channel. This next clip has been shared a long time ago, but I haven't seen any other channels post it recently, so here it is. The video was uploaded to the internet by Magnus Rismer, who says in the description that the video was taken by his friend who caught something creepy on camera. The start of the video shows Magnus's friend approaching what he believes to be an abandoned house. He ventures inside and, well, maybe he shouldn't have. The face of someone or something is illuminated in his flashlight, scaring the living shit out of him. And to this day, neither Magnus nor his friend can explain who or what this is. Magnus Rismer titled this video as Haunted House in Norway, suggesting that he thinks it's something paranormal. But what or who do you think this is? Use the comments to share your thoughts. Japanese ghost hunters Gachan and Dai-chan from the paranormal YouTube channel Clip Store uploaded this next video after they investigated an abandoned apartment building. Until about 30 years ago, the building was full of residents. But after a young girl suddenly passed away and the owner went missing, people started to feel paranoid in their own homes. According to local legend, residents frequently heard voices, and some even claimed to see the ghost of the woman who passed away. Gradually, every single tenant packed up and moved away, and rumors spread that the building was haunted, and attempts to sell it to a new owner failed. So it was abandoned. Gachan and Dai-chan hear the creepy stories and decide to check it out.
I'm going to go ahead and say this. Typically, in Japanese culture, you don't really have to worry about people fabricating things as much, because the Japanese peoples are very much honor-bound people. To my knowledge, everyone I have ever met that has been from Japan or from Japanese origin have been an honorable people. Like, they are very much an honor-based system. Like, if they tell you something is haunted, it's pretty likely that it is, because they are not a dishonest people most of the time. Like, I'm talking about, like, as a whole. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter where you come from, there's going to be shitty people, but generally speaking, they hold high, like, they hold honor in high esteem, and it's very important to them. And dishonor is a big deal to them. But anyway, a lot of really old ancient spirits haunt in Japan because a lot of tragedy happened there. I mean, a lot of tragedy happened everywhere in the world, but in Japan it's a little different. They have entirely different spirits in every culture. But Japan seems to have your more violent hauntings, I guess, would be a good way to put that. Most of their spirits are vengeful for some reason. Just from what I've researched. And most of the Japanese folklore, myths, and legends are violent spirits, vengeful spirits, dangerous spirits, and much the same can be said about the Hindu spirits, such as like a jinn or, things like that. But typically, if they are freaking out about something paranormal, you can pretty well bet there's something going on because they are not typically gonna just freak out over nothing. Like from what I've seen. But like, I think I'll go over that too as well. Like, there's some very interesting folklore from Japan. Like, they have some very interesting myths and legends. I think we need to go over that.
Out what they catch on camera has left their viewers feeling spooked.
てか多分ほらオーナー男性って言ってたでしょ。これどう考えても離れってもうオーナー宅っていう、ただちょっとお互い何の音今の？え？何の音？
どうした？
I would just like to stop this video and say adamantly, fuck that. I would have been through the wall and halfway to Alaska by now if I had been there. Like, I would have been in Alaska swimming with the seals by this point. Yeah, fuck no.
もしもし。
誰？え？え？
どうした？
誰かいますか？
Classic Harry. I'm scared. Classic, can we tell your wife that I blame her? That I thought she loved me. This video's got me like it's giving me anxiety. Because I know something's fixing to jump scare them. I just know it. And then that means it's going to jump scare me. No. Harry, you go first. You go up the stairs.
ちょっと待ってね。
大丈夫
A strange sound can be heard. Then, when Gachan looks up, we can see what looks like the face of a person peeking down at him. Daichan is on the other end of the phone the entire time, asking if Gachan is okay, but Gachan is too terrified to answer him. He has to give himself a minute to calm down, then he decides to head upstairs. This is where things get a lot worse.
Worse? No. I don't want worse. Why is it always gotta be worse? Why can't there be a happy ever after? No, 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 Harry. Not in this case. In this case, it's the men first. Go on, Harry. Up the stairs with you. Come on. Take one for the team.
すみません。
大丈夫
A pair of human feet appear in the mirror, but when Gachan turns around, there's nothing there. At this point, he can't bear it any longer and gets out of there. Later, he says that he was so scared he had to stop filming because he felt like he might pass out. But what exactly did he see? Viewers think that Gachan encountered the ghost of the woman who is said to haunt the abandoned apartment building, which has led many to wonder what might have happened if Gachan didn't get out of there when he did. Let me know what you think might have happened in the comments. The next clip in this week's compilation was uploaded to YouTube by Japanese ghost hunting channel Amagatoki Film. In the clip, Hiro conducts a paranormal investigation of an apartment. Away her belongings, they discovered a mysterious SD card full of creepy footage. Fearing that something sinister could have taken place, they call in Hiro from Amagatoki Film. This is what he caught on camera.
僕も今真っ暗なんで、あんまり見えてないんですけど。この部屋がちょっとやっぱ気味悪いですね。気味悪いって言っちゃいけないけど。
Hiro takes photos using the flash on his phone, but he doesn't notice the shadowy figure lurking behind him. He continues, an unpleasant smell lingering in the house, and then this happens.
待って今かなりはっきりこの部屋から聞こえてる。今確実に部屋からっていうかこの向こうから聞こえてるよ。ほら。キッチンの方から聞こえるって。同じ音じゃない？いや、わかんないけど、聞こえたよ、今。そんななんか陶器が、食器のようなさ、皿がガシャガシャなるようなものなんてないもんね。ちょっと待って。ついてないよ。なんでまた鳴り出してるの？なんで止まる？チャレンジ。すいません。
Hiro hears noises from the kitchen, but there's nothing there. All the cupboards and drawers are empty. Suddenly, the recording from the SD card starts playing all on its own, and then things. Someone or something can be seen on the other side of the glass window. But as Hiro walks around in the dark apartment trying to find whatever it was, he can't see anything out of the ordinary. He doesn't even see the shadowy figure behind him again. Soon after, Hiro's flashlight starts to run low on charge, forcing him to wrap up the investigation. But even after leaving the apartment, he can't stop thinking about the figure behind the glass. Hiro and his viewers speculate that the apartment may be haunted by the ghost of the woman who passed away. Could this be her? Drop a comment and let me know what you think. Chinese ghost hunter Xiaolong from the YouTube channel Horror Xiaolong uploaded this next series of clips after a visit to an abandoned funeral home in Xinjiao City, which went badly wrong. Locals say the creepy funeral home is haunted by the ghosts of people who are unable to move on to the afterlife. And that's exactly what Xiaolong goes looking for, but he's totally unprepared for what he is about to see. Just outside the funeral home, Xiaolong sees an old hearse, and that's when things start to get truly scary. door to the back of the abandoned vehicle opens all on its own, almost as if it's being opened by something. Xiaolong is understandably freaked out, but he continues his exploration and heads inside the building.
哎呦我操你妈呀！我去你妈的！我操！他妈的，这是放尸体了！我操！啊啊啊啊啊！我操！这里！我操！
By this point, Xiaolong knows that coming here was a mistake, but his viewers urge him to keep going, as, well, this whole video was recorded live. He takes out an amulet that he says will protect him from evil spirits, but then this happens.
操你妈！
No. Can we say fuck that in a bunch of different languages? Like, I can say it in English. Very clearly. Fuck that. Harry, that one's all you. Hey, Classic. You need to go in there and check it out to make sure that it's safe to go in.
A small, pale face can be seen peeking down from a hatch in the ceiling. Right before Xiaolong's eyes, the face rises into the air and disappears. Could this be one of the ghosts that is said to haunt the abandoned funeral home? Drop a comment below with your thoughts on this. This next clip was uploaded to the R Ghosts subreddit by user Arachnid Altruistic, and it has really caught the attention of paranormal enthusiasts online. According to the OP, the clip was recorded by his friend who works at a children's hospital in Los Angeles. In the clip, she and her co-workers are recording themselves in an empty hallway, but things are about to get creepy.
You see that?
Yeah.
The next clip is of Peg. That's the person that does not exist.
And then scroll.
And then
he disappears.
He disappears. You kind of see a little shadow there pop up and gone. And then all you see is Wendy's back.
Interesting.
But his face, if you go a little slower, you can see it completely. And go to the screen. There, you can catch his face.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And scroll all the way. And then he's gone.
The face of what looks like a man can be seen for a split second before it suddenly vanishes. According to the OP's friend, neither she nor any of her co-workers know who the man is and claim to have not seen him while recording. The OP uploaded the clip to Our Ghosts, suggesting that he thinks his friend may have had an encounter with something paranormal. After posting the recording, an intense debate started in the comments. There are always skeptics, but many commenters are convinced that something spooky is going on in this clip. But I'm curious to know what you think. Is this a ghost? Share your thoughts below. In early 2025.
Another thing I can make shoals. Easy peasy. Since you guys live in the warmer climates, I can make period accurate chitons, which were essentially Roman dresses worn by the Roman aristocrats. And I mean, like most people wore a chiton, or most of the women wore chitons in the Roman era. You know, they had nice embroidery around, like in trim and all of that. I can do that. I'm in a medieval society, and a lot of people wear them. So I make them, and I also sell those. I embroider the trim myself, like the Greek keywork and all that. Some of them are really intricate. I made one year with the Celtic knotwork, and I also embroidered 4-leaf clovers into it. Everybody loved that one. They were like, "I need that chiton." I'm like, "Nope, it's my Irish it's my Irish dress. You can't have it." Like everybody and their brother wanted my freaking chiton because I had the Celtic knotwork embroidered into the trim, but I only brought that up because y'all live where y'all live, and that would be perfect for that kind of weather.
A young woman moved with her family into a new home. These things started to take a terrifying turn. The woman, who goes by the username DS Family on social media, claims that her daughter began to feel so scared she didn't want to sleep on her own in her new room. At first, DS thinks her daughter is just upset because they are in a new house, but then the little girl starts saying there is a scary woman watching her.
Maman, il attend, mais me fait pas avec ses grandes dents. Elle a des grandes dents? Oui. Non. La souris, la dame est souris. La souris? Ça te fait peur? Oui. Il reste toujours sur le plafond et me regarde. Elle te regarde et ça te fait peur? Oui. D'accord, mon cœur, elle va partir. Elle va partir, la dame.
DS's daughter claims to see a mysterious woman. DS thinks it must be part of her daughter's imagination, but a few moments later, something happens that makes her think.
I would need to see a picture. For that to happen, I need to see a picture, and I need exact measurements on length and width. So I need the picture for the pattern, and I need the length and width to duplicate it. Basically.
Her daughter might be telling the truth after all.
Oui, je te crois, ma fille.
The bedroom door slowly opens, and DS's daughter claims to see a woman looking at her. But when DS goes to check, there's no one there. After that, the activity begins to get more and more intense.
No. If a kid, here's my beliefs on this. If a kid comes to you and tells you something like that, listen, because I think that kids are more sensitive um, to ghosts, honestly. And so if my kids come to me and tell me they've seen something, I believe them. And like, even if you don't believe them, it's best to treat them like you do believe them, because to them it's what, regardless of whether you believe it or not, to them it's very real, and invalidating their feelings and their very real fear. Here's the thing, to you it may not be real, but to them it is a very real experience, and their fear is very real. So treat it as if it's real and go get rid of the boogeyman. You know how many times when my kids were little where I went off and ran off imaginary boogeyman? Like, sometimes there was things there because I can feel it, but sometimes it wasn't. And I run it off. I was like, well, shoo away, boogeyman. Leave them alone. And that's all it took. Just to validate their feelings. You know, why discredit their feelings if they're legitimately afraid of a booger? Just get rid of the booger. You know? Don't be a dick. Like, it was probably a nightmare. In most cases, it's probably a nightmare, a bad dream, or they thought they saw a shadow. And most of the time, it's probably headlights casting a shadow as it passes by. There's often a logical explanation, but sometimes there's not a logical explanation, and sometimes it is real. So don't, like, stomp all over your kids' feelings. At least validate their feelings about it. You know, they're kids. And classic, I'll tell you what, if you can get me a picture and the measurements I need, I'll make it. And if it's not an exact replica, or if she's not satisfied with it, I'll make her another one until I get it right. And she'll just have a stockpile of spare shawls. Like, I can't guarantee you that, like, I'm gonna nail it on the first shot, but I can try, you know? I've also started a new design on these beanies, and I'm gonna try them out. I've ended up closing up that hole at the top. I started making these for people with ponytails, and somebody suggested that I close that up. And so I'm trying a new design on them, so we'll see how they go.
A few nights later, Jess is recording a live video for her social media account.
J'ai pas de
truc dans les mains. Et là, c'est la chambre de mon fils, je vais aller vite. Voilà. Ah, ça va mieux là déjà. Ah, je vais dingue. Est-ce que vous entendez les pas juste?
The dark figure can be seen for just a second, but when DS switches on the light, it's nowhere to be seen. Earlier in the live video, DS heard footsteps and strange noises, leading her and her for all the scary activity that has been freaking DS and her family out. Could it be that this dark shadow belongs to the woman DS's daughter claims to have seen? Viewers think that DS's house is haunted by the ghost of a woman who passed away inside, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Is this a ghost, as viewers suggest? Drop a comment below.
I tend to believe that one for various reasons, mostly because the kid was freaked the fuck out. And all of the activity. I don't doubt that one. Oh, I understand. I've got a couple from my grandmother that like I wouldn't wear because if I ever messed them up or frayed them or damaged them, there's no replacing it because those were her stitches. You know, I understand the value. So what I'm telling you is I am willing to try the pattern and try to make a replica that she can wear, and she can put the collectible one in a glass case and preserve it. And I can get her one that she can wear. And once I get the pattern nailed down, I can make her a couple of them so she has spare. Do you get what I'm saying? What I'm trying to tell you is I'm willing to try it, and if it's not an exact match, she'll just have an extra shawl, and I'll keep trying until I get it. And I never charge anybody until they get what they want, by the way. Most of the stuff I have is they pick what I have. But like when I do a custom order or a custom commission, I don't take payment until after they get what they want.
"20 years ago, Sean Robinson inherited a painting from his grandmother, which he claims is the world's most haunted painting. The creepy piece of art is known as the Anguished Man and was reportedly created by someone who mixed his own blood into the paint before he suddenly passed away. Sean, now the owner of the painting, says it is cursed. Wherever the painting is, lights flicker, objects move around on their own, and creepy noises can be heard. Sean decides to make a YouTube channel for the painting where he documents all the scary activity that happens around it. One night, he sets up a camera to record the painting, and the footage has left his view.
8 hours. See if we can catch some of the activity on video.
I'm not sure it's the painting itself that's haunted, and it may be the paint if they did in fact mix in their own blood. I've watched documentaries about this particular painting, and I have to say that some of the documentation and I guess witness statements and experiences have been very intriguing at the least. I highly recommend researching this and watching the documentaries on it. It's a very thought-provoking story. Do I believe it? There's portions of it I do. But as with anything, really, I approach everything with a varying degree of skepticism. Like, I go into it open-minded because I want to be proven that it exists. I want there to be proof of an afterlife, but most often than not, in the paranormal society, there's a logical explanation more often than there's not. So I approach every situation open-minded yet skeptical or inquisitive. I'll put it that way. Like, I'm open to hearing all of the evidence and looking at all the evidence and then deducing from there. But the painting story or stories, some of them are a bit fanatical for me, a bit far-fetched, and I have a hard time believing some of them. But a good majority of the stories and experiences shared seemed legitimate. That's actually a good idea, Harry. I'm sitting here about to fall asleep. I've got a long ass day ahead of me. So, and I have a full roster this week. But classic, if you go back to the very beginning of this video has been primarily paranormal. So you and your wifey have a nice long stream to listen to. If you go back to the very beginning, because I started it out with paranormal and I stayed on Karen's for a very short period of time. But the vast majority of it has been paranormal. In any case, I am tired and I am ready for bed. I gotta get up in a couple hours and get going because, like I said, I've got a lot to get done today. But I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you later tonight. I have a nice surprise for you guys. It's a brand new rabbit hole for us to dive down. It's going to be a lot of twists and turns. This rabbit hole is insane. It's going to be a roller coaster, so I'll be back with that. Probably much like I did tonight. It's going to be a later stream. But I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Good night.